Welcome in, everybody. Welcome to this week's edition of Between Two Bellsprouts. It is October 18th, 2020, and we are going to give it another go this week. We're going to see if we can get ourselves first rank 10 of the season, SpaghettiSDDK, to get through this broadcast without losing power this time. So hopefully that is going to go according to plan. And that was a rough one last week, right before we were ready to go. He lost power. So hope that you are having a good week here, Spaghetti. Or what do you want us to call you? We should have asked you that before stream. Maybe the rest. Do you want us to call you Spaghetti or something else?
Spaghetti is a handle I've used for years. It sounds like my last name, so I've heard it for decades now.
Got it. All right. So let's just jump right in. What was your experience like in terms of getting to rank 10 first this season? It seems like Niantic kind of lowered the gate that they had up last season, where it was very, very difficult to get there as quickly. So, but you were the first one to get there. I asked you earlier on off stream whether you were much of a Twitch consumer, and you said you weren't really. What kind of things do you do in terms of, do you keep track of the teams you're facing? Do you monitor like the players that you're seeing a lot at the top there, or do you just kind of play by feel and do whatever you want to do?
I wing a ridiculous amount of the PvP that I do. I don't really keep track of too much of anything. I do watch trends and teams simply because I will remember if I'm seeing a lot of like hard counters to whatever I'm running. That's just unavoidably noticeable.
Right. What was the team that got you there for the most part, and how many times would you say you had to adjust it along the way?
I started off using the 6'4 Ninja, I believe his handle is. His team from, I think it was like a couple seasons ago or something. My buddy Hang PJs, also from Portland, he turned me onto that team because I was kind of messing around and just struggling like the first couple days of Ultra League. That team is Shadow Snorlax, Shadow Dragonite, and Kingdra. Actually, I'm not sure if the original had two shadows, but that's the variant that I ran. I like it that way. That actually worked splendidly for several days, but eventually I started seeing a lot of fairies and such, so I swapped Dragonite for Slowbro, which a lot of people I kind of see dismissing as a meme pick, and it does counters, but I like a lot of its matchups. It's very good against Lapras. It checks a lot of water types, does well against Charizard. It can actually beat Venusaur in a scenario with a lot of shields, so it's a pretty good generalist. I saw a lot of Lapras too, so that sucked for Dragonite.
I don't think I've seen a whole lot of people talking about Slowbro. I know that well, maybe I saw a little bit of it, but I've not run into it once because I'm not that high. You say you've got a Shadow Snorlax and a Shadow Dragonite. How much of a Shadow farmer would you say that you are, and how much of it's just been good fortune to get good examples of those, or maybe they're not even good?
My Shadow Snorlax is actually one of my best shadows ever. To answer the question about how much of a shadow farmer am I, 4,000.
Oh wow! and how many of those do you think that you put in this past weekend with the ones that are out now?
Actually, not that many. I live a ways off from the city, and I don't really get a lot of shadows where I live. But back when I was commuting downtown every day, I could go for a couple hours and just pick them up and pick them up.
What drives you to run the shadows, whether it's in this scenario or in general? I know that in a lot of cases they very subtly change matchups, and in other cases it can make a much bigger difference. Do you think that the Shadow Snorlax and the Shadow Dragonite are really important in the context you use them?
Well, the important thing about any competitive video game is fashion, and shadows are undisputably the most fashionable.
Wow. And is that a little bit of a Stardust flex? Are you a fairly hard grinder that has the dust to waste or spend rather, or is it purely just what you choose to power up?
100% in my dreams. I'm at like 200k dust right now.
Oh
Uh,
wow.
it actually is more than just fashion, though. I do care a lot about that. Uh, One thing about shadows I find is that people know the matchups for them a little bit less. S-Lax kind of became popular last season, so I think people are kind of familiar with that now. But I run Shadow Magnezone in Master League, only like 87% too. But it flips some things around, and people just aren't necessarily prepared for that. Um, Even very good PvPers don't necessarily know all those matchups. One time I was completely thrown off by like a Shadow Swampert, Shadow, oh, something weird. I don't know. Shadows can be weird.
So that's more of the drive for you, that you think people don't know the matchups. People might, I mean, they'll know the counts are going to be similar, but just that they're not going to know the shielding scenarios and how to play it out properly. And so you rely on that to get some wins from them, like forcing a misplay, if you will.
I have no idea how much of it actually amounts to that. Like I don't speak to every single random person I find online. Um, a lot of it's just that people will like impulsively not want to shield, like a very quick charge move off of Snorlax. Like body slam is very spammy, but there are cases where not shielding a single body slam will mean that I can just farm you all the way down, like a Gallade or a Shadow Gallade, or I think both of them. Letting a single one through lets it finish the matchup very very easily and farm for the next Pokemon without taking too much damage.
So you say you're at about 200k dust right now, and that's after Community Day. What does it take for you to be willing to invest the dust in something new and fancy when you obviously seem to have the love of running some pretty expensive picks here?
I have terrible impulse control.
These are some of the best answers I think we have ever gotten. Anybody on the of the Bellsprouts have any questions for him?
No, I can just relate and understand why. So that's how the game got you, is that you have low impulse control. So you're there like, oh, I finally have, 100,000 deaths from this event or from doing my battles with a star piece on or whatever. What can I use on it immediately? Ooh, I have a shadow, I have a hundo, I have a shundo, I have a decent rank shiny, and you just spend on it, and you're like, wait, what was the purpose on this? I guess I kind of have to run it now. So, but I can understand Shadow Snorlax being better just overall than regular Snorlax, because just that increased damage output from Lick, like you said, it makes some things more farmable, or it makes it where they have to shield a body slam, and because of it being so spammy that they give up more shields than they want to, or they hold on to a shield because like, oh, I don't want to use both shields already. I guess I'll bring in like Togekiss or something, and then next you know you've taken down a Pokemon and a half and a shield, and you still have two Pokemon and two shields, and they're like, how did this happen? How did I lose this hard already? So that's really cool that you have your Ultra League team kind of set out like that.
Thank you.
Ethan, oh, go ahead.
Oh, I just said thanks.
Oh,
Um,
sorry. I think especially when we got the push to talk going, like I always have to assume there's more coming. Ethan, our GBL, probably the most into GBL on our group of the panel. Do you have any questions for him? Did you ever run into him along the way when you've done high rank battles?
No, I never did. But I totally like your line. I think it's very good. I just don't have a slow bro. I've wanted to run a lot of slow bro lines, but I don't have one yet, so I'm working to get one. I know it's super expensive because it's like you have to pretty much max it out. Um, but yeah, I'm really working to get a high rank one because the way I operate too is if I don't have a high rank thing, I won't use it. Like I don't play Master League Open because I don't have a Togekiss and I don't have a Dialga that's perfect. Like I'm not good. I don't want to use any other one but like either a perfect or like one that doesn't lose matchups at the perfect. I like the ones that have the same matchups as a perfect. So like I'm very like rank specific with the things I power up, and I don't have a good slow bro yet. So I'm on the hunt for a slow bro. But yeah, and I definitely don't have anywhere near the amount of shadows that you do. So it's crazy. But yeah, I mean, also if you have any like Premier Master League advice, that's something I could use because I've been struggling recently with the rise of hacks. But yeah, because I just don't have, like I said, I don't have a Togekiss. So I've been trying to work around things like teams like I have double steel available, and I've been using Mamoswine with Metagross and Gyarados, and that's given me some good success. But um, I was just wondering if you had any input on hacks leads because I always lose. I pretty much auto lose. I went against Manish Boy this past week, and I was just like, oh gosh, this is bad. And then there was a hacks lead, and I was like, okay. So hacks like I don't know, people call it the Butters line, but it's such a good core that I mean it's just a core. So what is your input on the hacks team, and like what can I do to circumvent that and counter it? If you have any advice. I don't know if you played Premier.
One thing first, I am kind of choosy about IVs on some things because for a few of them, like Dialga specifically, they do matter quite a bit. But full disclosure, my Kingdra and Slowbro are just random luckies that I happen to have fairly close to 35. Um, a lot of IV situations are quite complicated, and I actually kind of take objection to the whole like rank 1 thing because you can have a rank 1 Pokemon and have it lose to like a rank 500 simply because of CMP. And, you know, if something finishes something else, like a mirror off with a charge move, higher attack almost always wins. There are exceptions to this, but in a lot of cases, like mediocre IVs can be fine. That's doubly so in Ultra League a lot of the time because you have fairly large amounts of stats there to begin with. Regarding Haxorus, I don't really have a good one. This bothers me a lot. I do play Premiers because I don't have a terrific Dialga either, but it's very rock paper scissorsy in my opinion. Um, you know, if you want to beat Haxorus, well, obviously just run Togekiss. But that's not, you know, like really good advice because you run into a Magnezone, you run into a Mamoswine, you run into a Metagross. Well, you're not going to have a wonderful time. Just don't queue into it easy. um, if you have if you ever have trouble with like one specific thing, the trick is always to, you know, if you like want to stick with that lead that loses to it, you know, make sure your backline, your entire backline can handle it. At least reasonably well. Like I'd switch Kingdra and UL into like fighting stuff just, you know, because I didn't want to throw my Slowbro in immediately. And that would still usually get them to switch. I personally have been running a lot of Hippowdon, not actually that successfully. ML Premier is kind of hit or miss for me. Sometimes I nail the meta, sometimes it just, you know, counters me over and over again. But Hippowdon is pretty easily against it.
Right. So
what you're saying is there's an algorithm.
no, 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 don't say that. No, I just yeah, but I don't know. So that is good advice. I think like maybe running Mamoswine with like I mean, maybe I just need to rethink my Mamoswine like idea because I do like Mamoswine in the lead, and like I was almost able to even flip the matchup with Manish Boy just a little bit, like at least make it a little bit different because I stacked my avalanches instead of throwing them like one at a time. I like built up to two and then threw. But yeah, I think that maybe like reevaluating the team a little bit would help because it was just a strong core that's that's been around for a while, and a lot of people do know about it. So there's that. Like, I lose element of surprise. But if I had like, Mammoth Swine lead with like some hefty, I don't know, like dragon and steel counters in the back, like who knows? Who knows what might happen? They might get really confused, and yeah. So I guess that's something I need to reevaluate for sure. Yeah. Thank you for that.
I was just looking at the leaderboard right now. I was trying to figure out how you'd fared in the time in between. What is your handle on the game? Not spaghetti? Is it something else?
No, it is actually tanked really badly the past couple days.
Okay.
I feel like it happens to everyone, honestly. Maybe there are
Mhm.
people that just never leave page one, but today I had like a ridiculous amount of like, okay, let's play Dragonite lead. Oh, Togekiss time, backline the counters mine. I can flip a decent number of matchups, but sometimes you just roll badly. Sometimes you just play badly. I'm not infallible. I do make mistakes.
So what
Yeah.
do you think of the dynamic overall? The fact that one, you were able to reach rank 10 much more quickly than folks were able to do last time, but the fact that there's kind of more of a yo-yo effect. Niantic's always playing with the ranking algorithm, and I would argue last season they were kind of manipulating it to really kind of give people that carrot to reach for up until the very end. And obviously it's a little different this time. So do you think that they are getting closer to a better system, a more fair system, or do you think it still needs some work?
Well, as far as I know, next season they're changing it to being purely win-based, and I imagine they'll have like a fairly steady K value in their ELO system. It's not actually ELO, but I just call it that because it's close enough.
Right.
I've always been kind of confused by their obsession with making like people only get R10 in the last couple of weeks or whatever.
Yes.
It seems to be driven by like, oh no, everyone will stop playing. But I used to play a lot of competitive WoW back when I had more freaking free time, and people, hit like very high ratings incredibly quickly in that game because your MMR stays about the same. You climb back up very, very quickly. People play because they have fun. I play because I'm constantly Stardust poor too, and if I stop PvPing, I actually get into a deficit pretty quickly. I think that's a pretty big carrot for a lot of people, and if they really want people to keep playing, and definitely just bump their rewards up. Honestly, there's like so many freaking things that they could do that wouldn't break the game, but would incentivize people to PvP more.
Oh man,
regardless of rating. I mean,
preach on. I'm glad to hear somebody that has succeeded feel the same way as I do, because I think that it's absurd the way that they've kind of gated it in the past and especially manipulated it. So you view PvP, I mean, obviously you say you have fun with it, but you sound like you treat it mostly as a Stardust generator as opposed to being willing to necessarily constantly pour Stardust in. So what have you found in terms of that? Do you have any sense of how it plays out for you? Like how much Stardust you get out of it versus how much you put in? Because I know a lot of people are all over the board on that.
it's probably immensely net negative. I mostly mean like farming PvP competitively. I'm very big on compositions. I'm honestly not the best technical player. I thrive on meta-analysis and finding trends that I can beat while also beating just meta mainstays that are always there. Sometimes that works terrifically, sometimes it doesn't. I'm not like a terrible technical player either, but it's not like my biggest forte.
Do you have any particular sources that you use for meta trends other than your own observations in your own matches? Do you look at like the data that YTX Pikachu or other people put out, or you say you don't consume a lot of Twitch, so I'm assuming it's not video related. I don't know. I guess you could watch some YouTube. What do you use primarily as your point of reference? Is it just the people you're playing?
Well, at the time, it is just people I'm playing because the thing about the metagame is it's not like one monolith, right?
Right.
Like, I'll be on Reddit. I do use Reddit a fair bit, and people will be like, "Oh, this is ubiquitous, and starters are overpowered," and I'll be like up here a little bit higher than them, and it's like, oh, half the stuff I see isn't even starters. They're very powerful. Don't get me wrong, but there's other stuff that I prefer to use personally. Meta changes immensely from day to day. It changes from like 100 rating to the next. Not even like always logically, just because people try to counter whatever they see. I kind of am like dubious of most statistics because of that, because like no one's progress is going to be directly correlated with someone else.
Right.
Like they could have completely legitimate statistics, but like they might not apply to you.
Mm-hmm.
The next day they might not even apply to that person. And like micro metas are very much a thing. Like I saw so much freaking Toxic Rogue lead at the tail end of Ultra League. That's another large reason I started running Slow Bro. It just completely hard counters it. But some people didn't see that at all.
Right.
It's complicated.
That's another thing that kind of plays in with the Elo system being kind of changing and more fluid than it was before, is that I personally have noticed that I'll very often have like a 5-0 set, and then the next set I'll be like 1-4 or something like that, because if I make a jump, even if it's just 100 or so, like the meta at that next level is just completely different than the one that I'm playing at. And so like it I don't know what I think of it. It's like on some level it's nice to run into folks that are running different things after you've had some success, but on the other hand, it really adds to that yo-yo effect, and I think it probably can reinforce people's belief in an algorithm, if you will, because they'll see something where they make a change based on something, and then they see something that's not necessarily caused by that, but that's what they're seeing. And I don't know what to make of it. I don't know what the ideal system is, but it's a very interesting observation. The whole micro meta thing is definitely a thing. Alyssa, did you have anything to ask before I get carried away anymore? I know that we don't want to keep him forever here because he's got coding projects to do.
Yeah. How many seasons thus far have you reached rank 10?
All of them except season 1. I did hit R10 like the last few days of preseason. I had a hard time taking a lot of GBL seriously when it started, honestly, because I've been playing Sylph for a very, very long time, and I was very firmly of the belief that, Great League is the best, Ultra League is Giratina League, Master League is Dialga League. And I'm just like, I don't want to learn these. What the heck is this? Just fighting mirrors all day. Once they started adding the premieres, I took PvP a lot more seriously. There is more nuance to the metas than I originally read into them, but I like how they was open up and how I don't need a freaking 100% Dialga or whatever. Mine's 98 with 14 attack. It sucks.
It's really sad how such a small difference can really you can really almost say with certainty that it sucks, as opposed to what you were saying with the nuance in Great and Ultra League, where you can have some variation. So with everything coming up in terms of the it's a different way of saying, it's not micro metas, but the new closed metas that they're introducing in terms of Flying Cup and Halloween Cup, and Flying Cup obviously got postponed. What do you do in terms of that, and what do you have plans in terms of that? If your school schedule allows, are you planning on putting in the 100 battles when that comes around for Go Battle Night? And do you really get ahead of yourself looking at what those metas are, or do you kind of wait?
I do kind of wait sometimes, just because I never know if I'm going to catch new things or if new releases are going to happen. I believe the original date of Flying Cup, we never would have had stuff like Mandibuzz. And granted, that isn't shaping it too much just because Aerodactyl and, all the things that, obviously are especially good against other flying types, those exist. But I kind of just focus on what's either imminent or currently happening, honestly. Uh, it's like distracting. Otherwise, I get like not in the headspace of whatever I'm actually fighting right now, you know?
Right. And so what you say that you were a Sylph person for a long time and that you didn't take GBL seriously. I'm really firmly in the not so excited about GBL camp most of the time. I do it also for resources and just to pass the time, but it's not my favorite thing. What is your take these days on Sylph and closed metas and how much time do you put into those?
I actually haven't been playing much Sylph since GBL started being a thing. Um, I come from a background of playing like Smogon metagames in the handhelds. I don't know if that means anything to anyone here,
Yeah.
but you know,
in scientists' language.
but yeah, I don't know. I played the handhelds a lot, and I really appreciate like very broad metagames. Things that are too constricted feel like, I don't know, they feel bad to me, for lack of a better word. I sometimes feel that the Sylph meta's privileged too few Pokemon, and you end up just seeing too many mirrors that way. My favorite formats are easily Great League and Ultra League Premier, simply because you have an insane mess of things you could possibly play. Um, there are cases where like a more condensed meta allows you to like show off skill by you know, winning those mirrors, but I love team building. Team building is a big part of why I like Pokemon, so bigger metas are more fun for me.
What would you say if you were to have Sylph's ear and tell them what you thought would make a better meta that would be more just more interesting to you? When you say you don't particularly like some of the closed metas that focus on certain things, do you think there's certain steps that could be taken, or do you think that it's just the nature of a closed meta that it's always going to be very constricting?
Well, the entire basis of the handheld, like fan-made meta games, was that you can make a more broad meta by eliminating things. Actually, um, you know what they do is they would ban things that were too powerful, and you know that would open up more stuff. Now there is the case that you ban one thing, another thing becomes even more broken because it doesn't have that counter anymore. But you do that carefully enough, you can expand the metagame. I'm pretty certain of that. Um, Soap has improved quite a bit from what I've seen, but a lot of it, in my opinion, kind of boils down to like themes. Like they really want like a cohesive theme. But when I want a metagame, you know, like I want not necessarily thematics, but just an opportunity to play something different and use things instead of just like this very basic core that you see on every team.
Okay. Yeah, no, I do agree that it doesn't appeal to me when a meta starts devolving into the same 3 or 4 mons leading off every team or worse. But I hadn't really thought of how they could fix that. It would definitely be great if we had some of these longer lasting metas. My personal observations and thought was that the more that we've kind of moved toward a culture of like live consumption of people's metas in terms of like people doing it on Twitch and previously YouTube, as opposed to just us figuring it out on Reddit, that it's become a very kind of self-fulfilling prophecy that people figure out like what's the best, and it just kind of gets rehashed. But obviously there's always something you can do. Before we let you go, did you succeed at all? I know you said you didn't get to do a whole lot of shadows this weekend. Have you managed to snag yourself a shadow Scarm or Aerodactyl for flying or for any purposes?
I did several times. They were very bad. I'm actually not 100% sure how. Like, actually, I know for a fact that Aerodactyl picks up some wins, but I mean, there are still things that counter it. I feel, you know, that I can still compete if I don't end up getting a terrific one. I don't know. I might do some farming in the near future, try to pick that up a bit.
And what's been your general kind of attitude toward the game as it's gone through its rough spots in terms of technical issues and such? Does it frustrate you much? Do you just not really let it bother you and keep plugging along and keep playing, or does it really get to you?
Technical issues bother me quite a bit. I am a firm believer in like games being on a fair playing field, and a lot of the issues boil down to like hardware and like hardware software related things, like operating systems. I mean, really, um, that can be discouraging. I do kind of appreciate just the existence of GBL as a general thing because one of my problems with Sylph, honestly, which is not like a fault of like any of the people running it or anything, is that you have to go, you have to decide on a venue and everyone goes there. Everyone has different like, providers for their phone network. And there's no spot where everyone's going to be, on equally good internet. When I'm playing GBL, I sit like 2 feet from my router, and that eliminates lag issues. There is still stuff like the old desync problem we had last season and other stuff in that vein that Niantic could definitely improve on. But I do like having, a good internet connection.
I never even thought about the possibility. Could you imagine if they had a rule where at Sylph tournaments, like you were not allowed to use cell service, you had to use Wi-Fi or something, and they like kept it? That would be interesting. I don't know that it would solve all the problems you're talking about. I'm sure there'd still be differences in phone radios and all that stuff. But I mean, I don't know. That's an interesting thought process. Well, I certainly don't want to keep you past the amount of time that you had to allot. If there's anything else you wanted to say, share, whatever, then please feel free to do so. And otherwise, just thank you for joining us. I really appreciate it, and congrats on hitting rank 10 first.
Thanks a bunch, and thanks for having me. I just want to give a shout out to Slowbro. He's the bro.
How do you feel about the shadow slowpoke and the really baked looking eyes that it's got? Are you eyeing that as a possible new Slowbro shadow, or are you not going to invest in that?
I mean, I'm kind of broke right now, but it's big fashion points, and that's big.
All right, take care. Shout out to Slowbro indeed. Definitely appreciate that perspective. Definitely, I mean, so many of the things that you said, much different perspective than I've heard a lot of people give, and so it's really awesome to hear that, especially at the top of the leaderboards. Have a good night and good luck with your project.
Thanks a bunch. Take care.
Bye.
All right, let's get.
Thank you, Pocket Monster Max, for that raid.
Yes, thank you for the raid, Pocket Monster Max. Indeed, definitely. Always good. Hope that Max had a great stream. Max, one of the Team Rocket members and one of the OG streamers, and a guy who really knows what he's doing in the streaming space for sure. Big shout out to Pocket Monster Max. I'm always so amused by the schedule that Max keeps, because I think he, unlike myself, tries to deliberately keep his schedule for we Americans, even though he's over in England, and I just have weird hours because I just have weird hours. So let's start off. I know that I still need to plug in some things here on the sheet, unless you guys have filled it in while I was not looking. Oh, thank you so much for the sub, Max. Really appreciated. How was everyone's week? We had some pretty major PvP relevant stuff going on this week in the game. How did you guys? Let's start out with the strange egg stuff. I think that we talked about it in advance, and Max certainly suggested he was not going to go crazy trying to hatch them. I know I went way too crazy. I even was trying to make a contest out of it and giving away some gift cards for people who could guess what I hatched. I did all right, hatching quite a few Vullaby, but no Sandile yet. What about you, Alyssa?
I have hatched, I only think, like 3 eggs. I've been so busy with work this weekend that I've barely been out playing. So it's wedding season, which is no Pokemon season.
Oh, that's
for
right.
me.
That's right.
Yeah.
You did say in advance that Community Day was going to be difficult for you. Did you manage to do anything
I played
with it?
for like an hour and a half and kind of set up my gacha to auto catch the very small amount of spawns I get from my house. So it wasn't super great. It was definitely the least amount of catches I've ever gotten on the community day. But that's okay. I was doing adult stuff.
She sounds so depressed. I don't
It
like
was
this.
so sad. Yeah, it was a bummer. But it's okay.
You sound like a Charmander in the rain, not gonna lie.
Yeah. I was like trying to figure out like ways. I'm like, maybe I could just bring this girl her wedding cake like 7 hours early. It'll be fine. What's the worst that could happen while it's sitting outside for 7 hours?
Nothing. I'm sure it couldn't melt.
Definitely
Couldn't get
not.
rained on. No.
Yeah, it's okay.
What about you, Ethan? I don't think I know how you've been faring with your hatches. Have you gone intense on this event or no?
No. No, I've only hatched like 3 eggs, I think. But yeah, that's just partly because like every time I try to make space, I spin a stop or claim a gift, and yeah, that's on me. But that's just because like I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been trying to like make room for all the red eggs. I've just been hatching them one at a time, pretty much on infinite.
I think that's a point in and of itself worth discussing. Actually, that's after we find out how Max has done on his eggs. Like, I think the mechanics of the system are probably about as broken as we've seen any event so far. I don't think that there's ever been something where you had to so meticulously track and manage the event in order to maximize. It's like it's insane.
I honestly don't think it's that bad. I just don't have the motivation to do that myself.
Yeah, let's be honest, it's terrible. But
it's bad, but like people can do it. But yeah, it's definitely rough. But people can do it. It's not like it's out of reach. But yeah, it could be definitely better like a little bit more organized than what we have.
All right, Max, tell us how your hatches have been before I tell Ethan why he's completely wrong that it could only be a little more organized.
I have not hatched a single fucking egg for 12Ks.
And is that by design or is it by making a mistake when you want to leave a spot open?
So I don't buy the incubators, and then I bought the community box. I bought the elite box, right? It was $15 for an elite TM. You get 3 super incubators. So I use those to hatch the 10K eggs and whatever 7K egg I had opened previously, because I wasn't gonna hatch anything from beforehand, and I wasn't gonna spend money to hatch those eggs to make room for these other ones. And so I'm preparing for community day, so I have to go spend all these stops. So all the things that I'm hatching, I'm getting more 2K eggs or I'm getting more 5Ks. I'm like, well, I have to get stuff for community day. It's either community day or these eggs, and I'd rather just have items to do community day because it's triple dust.
Mel wants to make sure you know that you're a little bit quiet. I think it's possible that may be why it's not triggering your camera.
Oh, hello.
Let's see. There we go.
Is that better?
Yes, better,
right,
and we can see you.
So like I don't want to spend money on this, so I don't hatch all the eggs with the super incubators, and then I want to prioritize triple dust with community day over these 12K eggs, because I don't know the rates for these loot boxes. They're loot eggs, right? Which all these games that have had loot boxes have had to pay a penalty for not having the odds released, or they have to sanction it under as gambling. So that's what they do. And these are loot eggs with an undisclosed amount of rates. So it's like I'm not going to pay for something and like work hard to get 9 Trebush, to get 1 Volby, which you don't want to hatch a Volby or whatever the Ponard and the Sandile. You don't want to hatch those anyways. If you're looking for IVs, you want everybody else to hatch them for you and trade it to you. So like, what am I gonna do with like a 6-10-10? Absolutely nothing. It's like the worst IVs to have for Great League, which arguably you want most of these, if not all of them, into Great League. And I was saying that you might even want Sandile to be really good IVs, because maybe it'd be a core breaker in Ultra League. possibly like a master who knows, right? But it's definitely more of all of them, it's definitely viable in Ultra League compared to the other ones. So it's like there's a lot of work that you have to go into it, and then after you get one, you're gonna have to put a lot of resources. Like this is a lot for 3 Pokemon that are locked away, like this. So I made room, and then I'm having to like battle these either these stops or these balloons. So if I wait for the balloons, they take forever. If I go to a stop, I'm like there to well, am I not gonna spin the stop? Am I just gonna like battle and like these 6 rocket grunts and just not spin these stops and use these like revives and potions on the team, not to mention raid stuff, get low on that and just like, well, I guess I'm not raiding. I guess I'm just gonna have to battle like extra hard on these rocket grunts and then the team leaders um, with like the minimal amount of effort, just so that way I don't spin a stop and accidentally get a 2K egg. So like again, it's just an event that has tension built into it. So it's like if they want to continue this thing and there's gonna be 12K eggs, God forbid there's like 15K eggs. God forbid there's like 15K eggs or something like that, and you can't delete eggs. If they're gonna keep doing this, they have to allow you to delete eggs, like you can delete gifts, or like yeah, the gifts that you can like send out or something like that. Like there's got to be a way for you to customize your inventory a little bit more, so that way I can just like clear everything. Like, oh, I got a 7K. Well, there's nothing in the 7K eggs that I want. Like I don't care about the 7K eggs, so I'll just delete those until there's something relevant in when they do their egg scramble. But until then, it's just pointless. So I have 4 12K eggs, and I have all these 7K eggs because I'd rather have items. So it's just like, this is dumb. This is probably one of their worst events. Um, and what sucks is that they have 2 Pokemon that I feel are going to be meta staples. So there goes the gotcha and the FOMO and the you know, you got to do this or else you're gonna miss out and you're gonna suck whenever you do these new meta things, you know. So
Yeah, I think, I mean, the number of points that you have brought up that underscore how bad this event is are huge, and I agree with pretty much all of them. Yeah, to me, let's start with the problems one at a time. The first problem being that they have gated not one, not two, but 3 Pokemon behind a paywall, and that every single one of them seems to be PvP relevant. So it's a direct kind of pay to win kind of thing, and obviously now that we have GBL, the pay to win is like more of a directly pay to win into like the game, as opposed to kind of the meta game that we would take part in with Sylph, where it's like it's the game, but they can't really be held responsible for whether, you know, you're able to win in Sylph, because that's not their deal. So how do you feel about that specifically? Say, Alyssa, what do you think about the fact that these important things are both gated behind a paywall and behind a loot box wall in terms of like odds and such?
I think it's super frustrating. Not so much the paywall stuff. I don't like to buy incubators. I haven't bought an incubator in a really long time, and I chose to buy the box with all of the incubators in it this past community day instead of buying the community day box with the TM, because I figured if I was spending the money, I might as well spend it on trying to get the new PvP relevant stuff. What frustrates me is that it's almost impossible to actually play the game if you're trying to stack up 12K eggs. Like, you can't open gifts, you can't go spin stops because you'll get 7K eggs. Like, I've had a couple of tournament matches to do, and I've opened gifts to initiate the friendship for the battle. And like in that moment, you're like, oh, crap, like I just got an egg from this. Now I've got to hatch this trash to probably get more trash, literally Trubbish trash. So it's really frustrating that I feel like I can't go out and play the way I'm used to playing, just like spin all the stops and stock up on resources. So I'm too busy trying to leave spots open for these eggs.
Right. and before I pick up on that, how do you feel about that aspect of things, Ethan, in terms of the fact that it's truly a both pay to win and loot box situation where they're offering us stuff that we can't get anywhere else, and it's random and it is expensive, and we'll get into the difficult part of it after that. But how do you feel about that?
So I guess let me preface it by saying I've had experience playing gacha games in the past, and I know like I'm even playing one right now, like Genshin Impact. It's a gacha game. Uh, to be completely honest, I do not like the way they're implementing this whole egg system for PvP mons. Like I think that they should be in the wild, in raids, somewhere. Maybe they're just doing this as like a first release thing because sometimes they trickle it out in eggs and then they start to release it at other elsewhere. Um, I don't know if they did that with. Did they do that with Woobat? I forget. Maybe they just released it in the wild.
There was a task-based thing where you got one Woobat,
Oh, that's right.
and then you could like dump all of your rare candy to get the Swoobat or whatever, and then they released it in other ways.
Right. So I'm thinking that it's going to be more like that, where it's like not really a paywall. I don't think they're going to go the way of a gacha per se. And that's why I don't really have like a lot of gripes with the event right now. Like obviously I don't pay for incubators either, but I know that, if people micromanage the right way and min-max the game, they can do this. It's practical, but it's very, very hard and I don't even do it myself. I just I don't like to, like I don't want to sit here and like bash on Niantic every single time, You know what I mean? So it's like although they do, they get a lot of bashing, rightfully so, too. Like this event isn't necessarily like terrible, terrible. It's like borderline terrible because of literally trash and eggs. Like why do we have that as an option? I don't know.
See, I've gotten very few trash in my eggs, and I still
Right.
think that it's objectively an awful event.
Right.
It's just.
I don't think it's an amazing event. I don't think it's like great at all. I think that I just don't have really any opinion towards it. I think that it's definitely something that they could do better in the future with this whole, especially with the pandemic still happening. Like people can't really go out and hatch and even like walk outside and catch Pokemon very often. And they're doing things like nerfing incense and hiding these Pokemon behind 12 km eggs, which is quite a large task considering most people only spend like maybe 30 minutes a day outside. Um, I don't know unless you're like working or you're going outside playing Pokemon Go, like on a community day or like on a Tuesday or something. But other than that, like I don't think people are spending a lot of time outside, so I don't know why they would do something like this in particular. But I don't really have any opinions in terms of the actual event. I think that if people are willing to micromanage and put put that all together, then they can get all these batches and do all these red eggs and whatever. But I don't think it's a great event either. I think that they should just put the spawns in the wild, or they should put these Pokemon in the wild as spawns, or they should put them in raids or something. But it's the whole egg thing. It's definitely super duper complicated, and I'm not at all. I just hatch infinites, like I said, but I don't think it's like necessarily like I've seen a lot of complaining on Reddit, and I was talking with Andy, who's one of my locals. I bring up all the time uh, at Community Day about it, and we were both like, "Yeah, this is something like obviously the event isn't great. It's pretty bad, but it's not like impossible. The structure isn't impossible. They could work to improve it though, because if we have a more defined structure, and maybe if let's say they introduce like deleting eggs in the future, that would be excellent because then people can go about doing this whole egg thing without any hassle, and you can just go from one infinite to the next to the next to the next. But having to like actually micromanage 2Ks, 5Ks, 10Ks, 7Ks, and then we have 12. So it's like, I don't know. Why don't we just have like one egg? And we just hatch one egg, but it has like, insane rarity or like good rarity or like common rarity. You know what I mean? It's like we have too many gotcha systems. Why don't we just have one where we just draw from one and then we either get really lucky or we just get common stuff. And then we could have like, I don't know, that the base being like maybe 10. I don't know. It's nice to have like different eggs, like 2K, 5K, 7K, but it's just at the end of the day, it's just so many different eggs. So like, and I feel like a lot of the player base does hatch eggs, but then a lot of them use infinites too, I feel like. So there's like a 50-50 split probably. Maybe more people pay for eggs, but I find myself always using infinites like max. So that's my opinion on the event. I don't think it's at all great. I don't think it's at all terrible, but I just really don't have, I skew more towards the bad side, just so you guys know. But I don't think it's like, oh yay, this is a great event. No, this is not. I don't think any event with eggs is great. I don't think any egg event is a good event. So that's just how I see it. I don't think I think that all eggs stuff should be in the wilder raids or something.
To summarize Ethan's opinion, he doesn't want to bash Niantic, but he's acknowledging that the scale is set from horrible event to bad event. Like there's no world in which this event is actually good. It's just that the baseline is set at bad instead of horrible.
Yeah. But I don't want to bash them.
I understand.
Yeah, so
I think
it's
that's telling, though. I think that's very telling that the baseline is what it is.
The baseline's already bad. So to make it less bad, they could implement things like deleting eggs. I think that's literally all they have to do. If we should have the right to delete an egg if we're spending money to hatch the eggs. I don't know. That's my opinion. Like,
what is, if you were to just hone in on the specific question that I think I'm trying to get at, which is, how do you feel about PvP relevant mons being released exclusively in eggs for any period of time? Because you talked about at the beginning the gacha system and that you've played a lot of gacha games, but what I've commented before, that one of the things that makes this game weird in what it is that it's kind of multiple games slapped together. It's a walking game and it's a PvP game, and so a collecting game. And it's like, if you just collect, and the whole point of the game is just to collect, no matter what that mechanism is, you can make an argument that it's completely harmless that they put things in any different way as long as it's eventually available elsewhere. But as soon as you introduce this PvP system and it's built into the game and there's rewards there that are, much more like pay to win kind of scenarios, I feel like that is dirty. I feel like you should only release, like, you can release the Woobats of the world, you can release the unknowns, anything that's like completely irrelevant, your Spindas, that kind of stuff. I don't care if they put it behind some sort of a paywall, because people's desire to get it is inherently just linked to whatever their personal taste is, or how much they've got to have it now, because eventually they'll get it. But when it comes to this, like, there's actually a timetable involved. There's like people trying to figure out, can I get, this by the time that, GBL Great League is ready and Mandibuzz is a thing, and can I get this for Sylph metas? Can I get this for whatever's going on for Flying Cup? And I think that those things really have to come into the equation in terms of determining whether these events are bad or predatory versus just kind of frustrating and annoying. And I think that's the crux of what I think.
So this is definitely more of a predatory like event. I think that having any Pokemon that is very viable in PvP behind a paywall is very not good. I think that, and that's why I'm hoping that this is just like a release thing, like a trickle thing, and then they're gonna bring it to like raids or something. I don't know. Or maybe like if we're lucky, like the wild, but probably not. It's just gonna be raids, probably. But that's what I'm hoping. So I really don't think that they're gonna keep them behind eggs. But it's definitely a possibility, and if it is, then that's totally pay to win, and I'm not okay with that, because of how many people, because of just the amount of people that can't get these resources, especially like me included. I don't have a Volibee yet, so um, yeah. So, and I'm sure like a lot of people share that. So I've just been getting a lot of trash. So it's cool. Trash is always cool. I do like Trubbish, but I don't like Trubbish anymore.
Yeah.
Is it as bad though, like paying to get these things rather than them being like region locked, say? Like I would rather have the opportunity to catch it behind a paywall than not have the opportunity at all because I can't travel across the world to go catch
That's
Tropius
true.
or whatever.
I think those things are kind of equal. I think that you shouldn't, well, especially bad in region locked, but I think that it's almost as bad paywalled. I think Tropius really kind of sets the bar differently, and I think if they had come up with the region locks at the time of the beginning of the game, they probably would have gone back and not used Tropius because they would have realized that it actually had some potential impact. But since PvP was not a thing when Tropius was released, there really wasn't any harm directly done at the time. It was later on that came into being. So now when you've got your Sigilyphs, you've got Chatots, you've got those kind of things that are region locked, I think that is appropriate. And, Torkoal's kind of marginal, but Tropius is probably, I think it's one of those things where the exception proves the rule, which is that basically it's fine what they've done, except they just screwed up on that because they weren't anticipating exactly how big of a deal Tropius was going to be in the game from a utility standpoint. They were thinking, Tropius doesn't have any purpose in raids. Tropius is just, it's not necessarily a fan favorite. It's just kind of a thing. And so I think that they are connected, but I don't think they're worse. I think that it just brings into focus the idea that there are these things in the game that you can take, things that are just objectively not PvP useful Pokemon, and not put them in, and just not put them in eggs. I mean, the number of Mons that they have left to be released is pretty high. I'm sure they could release Kecleon, which we all know we've been waiting for forever. There's a lot more Mons in this generation they could release. And it doesn't come down to to me, it's not whether they put them in eggs, it's whether they make them exclusively in eggs and whether they kind of announce their plans. Because when they do things like, say, if you go to GoFest, you're going to get the legendary or the mythical before everybody else, but then everybody's going to get it later. They at least project that roadmap out there. They say, yes, these people are getting something, but this is exactly what they're paying for. And it's not in a way that gives those people some objective advantage in the game. Having a Mew early didn't matter when it came out. Having a Celebi early typically doesn't matter, that sort of thing. And so I just wish that they would lean that way. Even if they made them ultra rare, just make it possible.
Yeah, so something that I actually just thought about that would be kind of interesting is, and it would be super smart too, is what if Niantic had the heads up play to only put Pokemon in eggs, that actually like where their IVs, like high IVs, matter for PvP, like Slowbro. I don't know if you really wanted to, like, let's say like Murkrow's in rotation for like Murkrow as like a spicy Great League pick. Like things like Shieldon and stuff should always be kept in eggs because it's just always relevant, and you need the IVs for that. And like, I don't know, what is it? Metatite is another one. Like things that actually like the IVs actually matter, those things should be in eggs. And if they knew how to manage that, like if they knew, like let's say they got info from like Michael or someone that does PvP, I think that would be so good. I think that people would actually want to, like people that PvP would even want to hatch eggs even if they did that, because there's like no losing if it's only PvP IV things and eggs.
Right. If
Really.
if you change the dynamic from one where people are hatching something specifically because they have to grind out a system with loot eggs and just play the numbers game, as opposed to a system where they're grinding out something like, you know, walking, which is kind of supposed to be the original purpose of the game, then I just feel like you're doing something different. And so if they make it possible to get things different ways, I think that just is much more consistent with the kind of game that they are supposed to be putting out there. And so yeah, I think that it would be great if they would do that. And there's nothing wrong with the idea that you can say, okay, we've got raids, we've got eggs, and those are a method that you can kind of accelerate the process to get high IVs. But it doesn't have to be the only way to get something in almost any case. So down to the mechanics of it. I mean, I do agree that there's at least some extent to which they could solve the problem just by allowing people to delete eggs. That's definitely, it would solve a lot of the problems, but arguably a lot of the problems are caused by kind of the way that they try and make every single one of the features do similar things. We've now got free boxes each day that are supposed to make up for people not spinning a stop, and they've got items in them. We've got gifts that have every nature of item in them practically. We've got the stops that still, of course, have items in them. We've got gyms that have the items in them. We've got everything that has like all the items in them, and we've got eggs that can come from everywhere. Like the eggs can come from gifts, the eggs can come from stops, the eggs can come from rocket leaders, and it's one of those mechanics that it made sense when they first came out with it to some extent, even though people have always complained about not being able to delete eggs. But now when they're making it so transparent that you have to do things a certain way, it really limits your choice in how you play the game if you want to participate in an event at all. Like Alyssa was saying, I was not spinning any stops in between, and this whole horrible method of tapping on the grunts and not the stop, and or remembering not to spin them, and not using your Go Plus Gotcha Pokeball whatever. Like it's so counterintuitive. It doesn't really reward anything that makes sense. It's just how much restraint do you have to not do the things that you've always done.
And that would all be solved if we had the PvP IVs and eggs, because then people would be like, oh dang, like they wouldn't be as bummed if they didn't get a red egg, because they'd be like, oh well, you know, I may have not gotten the red egg, but I have a shot of getting something like a Slowpoke from an egg, and that has some PvP implications. So it's not exactly a loss. And I guess I'll just attach that and be happy for now. And I don't know, but instead they have actual trash and eggs. I don't know why they have trash and eggs. I don't know what their motivation. I don't know what their like promotional department was thinking, or whoever is in charge of that. I don't know what they were thinking when they were gonna put Trubbish in a 12K egg. You walk 12 kilometers and you hatch a Trubbish. Like, I'm I'm not entirely sure what they're thinking. Like, is that like from a like advertisement standpoint, are they gonna have like I don't know, someone hatches a 12K and it's a Trubbish and they're like, ah, dang, like I could have gotten something good, or like, ah, dang, oh well. No, they're gonna be someone that's like, realistically, it's someone that like yelling at their phone, like, why did I get another Trubbish? You know, like no one actually is like, oh man, no. We're all like really upset because we didn't get a new item. So it's like, I don't get the logic behind that. And if they did have like Shield On or something else in rotation, that wasn't a Trubbish, I would definitely have more of a motivation to actually stay on top of the red eggs. But yeah, that's not the case.
Before it scrolls off the screen, I want to acknowledge what Eagle Falcon Hawk said, talking about, you know, how quickly I got the 912K eggs. And I want to be a little transparent on this because I think that there's a risk of me being inconsistent, if you will. Like, I'm bashing this event, but I've kind of been playing it hard and trying to min-max it and whatever. I honestly was doing it just to try and have like a little bit of fun in the community and just give people something to do. And I really didn't expect the odds to favor me. I was really expecting to get a bunch of Trubbish, and that was kind of going to be the dynamic, that, you know, the person who won was going to be somebody who guessed like 7 Trubbish and a Volibee or something. But that wasn't how it went. And so I don't want to be someone who plays into the idea that you should play the game like that. Like, I was buying rocket radars, and I was trying to really maximize the event. And even at that, like, I think that I was able to notice certain things about the event that people playing it normally might not have noticed, and they're really, really disturbing. Because like, literally there are places in my local area where there are, say, 30 Pokestops or more in like a very, very small radius, maybe probably 40, and in multiple areas, absolutely no team leaders. And the team leaders are the thing that drops the red eggs. And so you could be in a situation, we talk about the urban rural divide. Can you imagine if you're in a situation where like the leaders are just not at your gyms for 1 or 2 days, or your stops for 1 or 2 days where you live and where you can actually go? I think that is incredibly disturbing in terms of both just a general game mechanic, and in terms of the fact that they've tried to present themselves as a very conscious company about COVID and all those things. Because, you know, are you going to encourage somebody to go somewhere that's basically amounting to an incredibly dense Pokestop area? Like, go to a downtown area and walk around, and that's your way to farm these eggs? Because honestly, that's the way it works. I mean, the more stops you go to, the better. And it's great that they gave us extra balloons and all that to increase it. But you still, if you think about the rate at which the balloons come, the balloons come like once an hour now or something like that. If you buy a rocket radar every time, don't do any of the other stops, and you wait an hour each time, that takes 9 hours for you to fill up your incubators, doing absolutely nothing but focusing on how to do that, and paying them $2 essentially each time for the privilege. And you're basically completely unplugging from anything else that you normally do in the game. So I think that they know that some people, especially hardcore players, are going to try to do their best to get a lot of this stuff. And I mean, they've set up a system which is just atrocious in my mind. I think that there's no excuse for this system. Like, even if you were to be able to delete eggs, if you want to get a full set of eggs that are going to all hatch at the same time, which I don't think is an unreasonable goal if you're really willing to put money in. Like, it shouldn't be something that takes 9 hours. And so I think that's pretty garbage.
I have a friend who has been religiously grinding the rocket stops, and it takes him about 2.5 hours to go through our local city and get enough rocket battles to stack all of his eggs. But I mean, not all of us live in an area where we have that many. Like, I definitely don't. I would have to drive to Little Rock, and I can't go to Little Rock for 3 hours a day. I can barely go to Little Rock for 3 hours a week. So it's just, that doesn't make sense for people who don't live in an area with just tons of stops.
Yeah, it's really, really bad. I'm sure I don't have to convince Max that this is terrible, but chime in if you want to.
Well, like, so it comes back to what I had mentioned before, where they do something really bad. They always develop events with like just complete tension and kind of like a contradiction built into it, where it's like they had it where they got rid of they slightly nerf the incense, and they always use these very colorful words like slight, possible, just like a whole bunch of ambiguous words, and they never use numbers. Like, trainers will notice a slight decrease in incense, instead of just saying like you have a 10% reduction of incense spawns. So that way you can be like, well, wait, 10%, like that doesn't sound too bad. And then some of the people who are numbers people can like break it down, put it on a Reddit forum or on Twitter or on something, and be like, 10% means that it's spawning every 90 minutes instead of it being every 90 seconds versus 60 seconds. And like, oh, that's not too bad, or whatever it is, like 30%, 40%, whatever the numbers that it actually is. Because some people have said it's 90 seconds. Some people are like, oh, I haven't noticed a thing. But then it's like, oh, but if you're walking, then it's like you didn't notice a change at all. And like, well, how much is that walking? Like, what's the numbers? How do you put it into the spaghetti coding for us to understand exactly what triggers what? And we will never get an answer. It's always ambiguous. There's no transparency. They're probably going to release Mandibuzz was it Bisharp's pre-evolution and the crocodile. They'll probably release them in some other way, but we don't know that, and we can't always know. There's some Pokemon like the Alolans and the Galarians that are locked away in 7K eggs, and also their shiny forms. And sometimes they're in raids, and sometimes they're not. But we never know when, how, where, or why. So, like, because of that lack of transparency, there's a lot of this like front loading of saying like Niantic's stupid, they suck, and all this stuff, whatever. But if they just kind of fleshed a couple things out and articulate like, these 12K, like you can get 3 new Pokemon early by doing these 12K eggs, but maybe you can get some later on, and then that way it still leaves their stupid ambiguity, because maybe only Mandibuzz will be available later on, only the Crocodile, or maybe Bisharp, or whatever it is. Like, maybe only one of them will be available later on, and we can be like, oh well, I kind of don't want to miss out, but I'll wait and let everybody else do all of these uh like hardcore things like Jiggly and then I'll be like, okay, he's the whale, and I'll be like, hey, I'll trade you like a couple of shinies, or like I'll try to do a couple of mirror trades that I have, or he has too many, he's got to dump them for community day, he'll just trade some of them away, and that way maybe I can trade him a couple, and maybe we can re-roll some IVs that are like, it opens up to understanding. It doesn't That's not always the case, but it can open up to understanding. But they never do this, so then we just like crap on them. And like they do have things where we could get them to be like, can you just make us delete eggs, please? That would be really helpful, and they might be able to do that. But there's also a lot of times where they just don't listen to us, even though we try to be constructive. So there's a lot of difficulties there, and then they'll one day go back and say, like, okay, fine, we'll get rid of Trubbish from that 12K egg. Oh, perfect. Like, thank you very much. Instead, we're gonna put down some other Pokemon that's like parallel, and like we're gonna put Alolan Muck or Alolan Grimer. You're like, how is that better? It's still literally trash. Like, sludge and like, and like I
it's
understand why they do
unbagged
that.
trash.
Yeah, and it's like I understand why they do, like, from a design point. It's kind of like no whammy, no whammy, no whammy. Oh, we got a whammy. Okay, maybe we'll get better on the other 8. And so like that, it's fine. But if they give us the odds, right? Or if these super incubators, because like they're super because they hatch faster. But then a lot of the time they're not exactly half distance, because that's the point of a super incubator. It's supposed to cut the distance in half, right?
I think it's 1. Was it 1.5 or whatever? I think it's a third or something.
Okay, but like it's not always a third when you see how, like, in these events, if you do the math of it being a third, it's not always a third. It's always like it's the incubators never actually are optimized on what they do. There's always something where it's like, oh, it should be per numbers, it should be 0.25 with a super incubator kilometers hash distance, and it ends up being like 0.335 or something like that. You're kind of like, why is it like that? Why isn't it actually like completely? How come the super incubator is nerfed? Oh, because they're doing an event, so they don't want to make it like ridiculous easy. Well, why not? Then why did you like you've known how the super incubators work, so why don't you plan the event or the egg boost or the hatch distance or whatever it is accordingly? Like, you have all the information there. It's not like you're like a company that's divided where, oh well, we're here at Niantic, we have, that's the egg department, and that's a different company. That's company egg. Like, no, like you guys have full control over your product. With this like game design portion, you don't have to go to Pokemon Company to be like, is it okay if we have this come out of an egg or something like that? I was like, no, it's just like it's all this game design on distance. It's all this game design. You have complete control of it. So a lot of the stuff just doesn't make sense. It seems like it's not fully thought out. Um, there's a lot of things where it's like they rush items out when there's no, like, the community isn't holding a metaphorical like gun to their head on like, we need this event out now. Like, there's no deadlines that we're pushing on stuff. They set the deadlines and then they don't make it, so they could just um like push things out further, like they're doing with like Shadowbone, Pincers raid day, all these different things. Like all these game mechanics, they could just, if it's not working, they'll push it out. There's like, we're not demanding that it's released. They already pushed out Flying Cup for an unknown reason. So it's like, I don't understand. They can, like, if they can put a Pokemon into an egg, like, even if they have to ask Niantic, like, is it okay if this Pokemon pops out of an egg? Can we release this Pokemon yet? And they say like, yes, no, maybe so. Like, the fact that a super incubator doesn't work exactly as it's intended, as it's advertised, is silly. The fact that I can't know the odds, I can't delete the eggs, all these things that, like I said, this isn't a Pokemon. Pokemon Go isn't a Pokemon game, because per Pokemon game standards, you are to battle to make your Pokemon stronger. There is no battling to make my Pokemon stronger in this game. I catch Pokemon and I send them away to Professor Rillo to like destroy them and like drop into a vat of acid to make candy. Like, that's the mechanic, is you take thousands and thousands of Pokemon and you yeet them into this professor who does like God knows what to make them into candy for you.
Right.
And then you shove that candy down your Pokemon's throat until it's like obese enough to like evolve or get a move. And like, how is that a Pokemon game just by default? It's not. So they they designed it to the game to function this way. I don't know why there's always this tension. There's always like these design flaws. There's always like a non-event like this. Like I said, I have 4 12-kilometer eggs. I'm gonna eventually get to 9, maybe, and maybe hatch a Volby, maybe hatch one of the new ones. Probably not. And if you do the event immediately, you get the most reward. When I forgot what gen came out. Um, when Ferrothorn was released, like that whole like Dino, Ferrothorn, Golett, and all those, I went crazy on it because I knew per the VGC what I had seen on False Swipe Gaming. Like, I saw all these things come out like, oh, they're like, VGC meta staples, and like usually if the Pokemon was good in the main series, they try to translate it over into the Pokemon Go series. You know, I'll go ahead and like go hard on these ones because this is where power creep was apparent in VGC and in the main series. This is where it started. I'll go hard on here. I caught tons of Dino. I've caught tons of Golets. I caught tons of Pharaoh Seeds. I basically got everything that was new more or less, at least as a dex entry, and I got like some pretty good IV ones almost immediately for PvP Great League. So it's kind of like, this is awesome. And I saw people who were hatching them immediately, like I think Mocha. He was like, I hatched like half of them were good hatches. Like I got 2 Volby, a Sandile, and like a Ponnard or Ponyard or whatever. Like I got like half of them were good stuff. I got all of them. It's a good event. But then I'm seeing everybody now, who has done the event since and hatched since. They've been getting like the hatches have been worse and worse. So like lots of Trubbish to almost nothing but Trubbish and Absols. And and it doesn't seem like the Absols are coming out shiny either. It seems like they're just coming out as Absols, even though there's supposed to be a chance at shiny. So it's just like there's a lot of it where it's just you have to do the event immediately. And if you don't do the event immediately, then you're going to miss out and you're going to have a lot of regret. And that to me is weaponized FOMO,
Yes.
which this game has kind of perfected.
Right.
So
it kind of goes along with some of the mechanics. I don't have as much of a problem with these because they're not paywall-y and they're not I don't know how to describe it, but they're a little bit more even-handed in how they hit the community. But it's always been my contention that the shiny rates tend to be better when something is very first released. That like and the way that it kind of manifests itself is that you almost always see like just instantaneous posts of people's first shinies like within seconds on Sylph Road, within seconds on Twitter, within whatever. And that feeds the community that's looking at it and saying, oh, I have a chance to get this. And then they change kind of the odds. And I think that that's an important parallel where, we had this conversation a few weeks ago that really the fact that they are not pushed legally or ethically or whatever by the community to publish odds sufficiently, it really drives a lot of the problems with the game. Because if they were forced to do it, then people could make informed decisions and they could choose to do something or they could not. And if you got bad RNG, it would be no different than bad RNG when you're looking for shinies, or bad RNG when you are looking for IVs. Like that kind of thing is going to happen, but it's not going to consistently hit in the same way. And so I think that's very important to consider.
I think it's definitely important that they give us some sort of concrete data, because even gacha games have like rates of how often it is to pull this or do this or whatever,
drop
like
rates, yeah.
drop rates and stuff. Yeah, they'll give those out. So why don't they just do that for eggs? Like, why does everything have to be through grassroots, like through Sylph? Why does it have to be community driven? Although that's nice, but I mean, it's ultimately just the community trying to do something because we have nothing.
Right. And I was going to come back to say I didn't know, I'm not familiar with what Max is referring to in terms of the super incubators not working exactly as intended. But the thing that I think is also dirty pool is that they recently decided that they were going to take away the decreased egg distance right before they released these 12K eggs, which nobody had ever seen before. So it's a level beyond what people are used to. And you combine that with the readily available super incubators, and it basically makes people psychologically, I think, unable to assess accurately like the reward payoff situation. Like it's like people before the bonuses, they could assess, how much do I have to walk to actually hatch this egg? How much do I benefit if I buy more incubators, if I buy more super incubators? Like that's a mathematical problem, and it's really easy to kind of assess exactly where you fall on that in terms of, you know, whether it's worth it for you. But as soon as you start playing with the things in a way that's so calculated, where you're like, we're going to have an egg event right after we tell you we're going to take away this bonus, and we're going to make it really long, and we're going to make it important. Like, essentially, these eggs, like, I'll have to look at my eggs, but what do they say on the they're 1.2, I'm sorry, they're 0.5k for these 12k eggs if you put them in a super incubator. Half a like they're 2k. They're essentially, hatching these eggs is the same as hatching a 2k egg under normal circumstances. And we will all acknowledge we're not under normal circumstances, but if that's their justification, then why did they just take away the walking bonus? Like, it either shouldn't be this way, or they should do things for the right reason and be transparent about it. They could have just as easily left it as is and called these I don't know, they could have called them 6k eggs and just not had the bonus, or whatever, however the math works out. They would just be able to call them something different, and they wouldn't have had to take that away. But for whatever reason, they want people to just like hyper focus on these eggs, and they've made it difficult. So I don't know. I think that they should be held to a standard where they need to not fudge the numbers. I think they should have to display the numbers for the loot boxes and the eggs. I think they should have to show the numbers for every one of their events. I think that they should have to show what those numbers are. And I think that the more you tell people, the more the community can accurately, you know, give their feedback and say that we like this, we don't like this, this is fair, this isn't fair. And I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I think they should at least put the rates somewhere, like whether it be, you know, like in the egg tab, or like in their news and notifications, or somewhere, so we can see them, and then, you know, maybe people can actually make informed decisions, like you said. And that's not necessarily a bad thing, because I think people have shown that they're going to spend money regardless on this game. So, I mean, it would be even better if we had informed decisions that would guide us in that, rather than just seemingly wasting money on trash, quite literally, quite literally. So, yeah,
Yeah.
that was a little harsh, but yeah, that's what it
But
is.
yeah, and like, to me, the fact that we kind of compromise, they don't compromise, we compromise on things where we tell them we don't like this or whatever. Like, I don't like how I have to walk to do my GBLs, and they'd be like, okay, well then you can walk to do the free to play, or you can buy a pass that lets you play all day, and it's a $10 pass, like a battle pass for the day, to do your sets all day. And you're like, well, like, no, I don't like that either. And like, okay, well then you just don't like, that's what we're rolling out. And then we say, okay, I guess. And I was like, wait, but like, we compromise, we're still having to pay for something. Like, that's the kind of stuff that they would do that doesn't seem far-fetched. And they will be, they're like, yeah, okay, I'll compromise, yeah, I'll let things go, yeah, I'll we'll make the concession, but they never really make a real concession. And that's just kind of how the company goes, and that's how we go. We're as a community, we're just kind of like, okay, yeah, we'll pay. Just like with these rocket radar things, like, oh, rocket radar's $2, and they're like, when they first came out, everybody's like, you're an idiot if you spend $2 on these rocket radars. And now that we're in COVID, it's kind of like, yeah, I kind of have to spend these rocket radars if I want these 12k eggs, and I don't have access to these stops. They don't spawn. I don't have as many stops, or I want to try to get this and all this stuff. Like, now we're spending it, and so we're compromising. They're not adjusting the game to these conditions that we're in. And so that's where I know sometimes we can take the game kind of like up the butt a little bit, and take a little too harsh of like, this game owes me And it's like, no, we're the game doesn't owe us anything. We're playing on our own freedom, and we can just put the game down. I feel like if we put the game down a little bit more, then we can kind of show them like that their game kind of, like I said, the game design is pretty bad. The game design isn't the greatest. There's always like these events that conflict within themselves. Um, but we gotta kind of just stop. We gotta put the game down and just stop playing it, so that way they can understand like, oh, we made a mistake. Because if we say that it's a problem, but we still play it, then obviously it's not that big of a problem. So that's kind of the what is it, the dynamic there.
Yeah,
Like
and
I have a couple of 12K eggs. I don't expect to hatch anything good. I'm probably gonna have to give up some shinies or like spend dust on double moving something for somebody, and if I want to continue to play this, but it's just less fun.
yeah, and I was actually surprised that I've gotten as many shiny Vulpix as I have, because like really the amount of precision that you have to show with your gameplay in terms of like only tapping on the grunts and not spinning the stops, and just like you have to just do everything in a particular way, it really makes it difficult to want to sit there and shiny check stuff, because you're already tapping on stuff, backing out when you see a rocket leader you don't want, backing out when this, that, or the other, not spinning the stops, and it's just like it's such backwards gameplay. And like I said, I did want to clarify that. I hope that people don't get the wrong idea when I run these goofy little contests with hatching all these 12K eggs, because I really don't believe that this is like a good thing to be encouraging. And so it was really meant more for the fun of it, as opposed to me endorsing it. So nobody take that the wrong way. Also, to just continue to bash this event, I heard some people say that they were disappointed with the rocket leaders right now, that essentially the things that you get from the rocket leaders are not particularly useful. I've definitely seen some Shadow Growlithe in use at times on some of the kind of grasshole light teams, but generally speaking, the ones that we are hunting as PvP folks are the ones that are in the grunts. We're trying to farm for Aerodactyls, Skarmories, Sableye, Machop, those kind of things. And so incentivizing people to play and only farm the grunts, and to have it be such a letdown when you get to the leaders, that the things that you're getting are less valuable, and the only thing good there is really the shiny possibility, and then having that tied in with that's what you have to do to get these eggs. It's just like, it's a very perverse system, if you ask me. Like, you should be kind of letting people know, you get to the rocket leader, you've put in this many battles, you get something better, and you're getting something better all around. Like, it's just a better payoff. But instead, you've got to go on these two-pronged, multi-pronged missions where you're just like, I want to get this, and then you're like, oh, but a balloon is about to show up, and if I don't if I get the balloon now, then it's going to have a leader, and my eggs are full, so I can't get a leader, so I'm going to go. It's like, it's crazy the amount of like logical circles you have to twist yourself in to, or pretzels to twist yourself in order to play this event in any way that is efficient. I say as somebody who is really trying to farm shadows this week. So I don't know, how do you feel about that dynamic? I know that I saw that Alyssa was posting some things, and I can't read those from my vantage point. Is Alyssa still here with us?
She stepped out.
Okay, she
for like a little bit.
Um,
just for a little bit. She's coming back, but
right. So how do you guys feel about the fact that the good stuff is in the grunts and in terms of the actual shadow mons that you're getting, and then on the other hand, the good stuff in terms of the hatches is in the stuff that you have to like force yourself to go through this mechanic. So you basically have to do both if you want to get the PvP rewards.
Well, you also have to get those shiny shadows because those are, you can't spoof for those. You can't trade for those. It's 100% yours and yours alone on the shadow aspect, unless somebody purifies it and sends over the shadow or the shiny. Like they are 100% a grind and like a really good flex. So that's one thing that you do have to continue to do this regardless of 12k eggs. So um, they they have it set up where they have these new shadows that are available, which is cool. I don't think all of the shadows are that are available in the grunts are spectacular because you can still get a Golduck or was like a Magikarp for the water ones, and those are okay. Those aren't like particularly great as a shadow variant. You have the ones that are what Slowpoke in the pool as well, and like that one's interesting. Um, But yeah, it's just mostly just you do it for maybe a Aerodactyl or Skarmory, a Jumpluff. Jumpluff is pretty good as a shadow. And then when you just talk about like Great League Open PvP, because we'll just ignore the Sylph stuff on like those Sylph possibilities. Um, and so like there's a couple of those new ones that come out, and the Shiny Shadows. Those are just like a nice collector's piece. And then finally these 12Ks. So across the board, there's something that you can get, and it kind of touches every player base. Like I said, it's just kind of like a really conflicting kind of event because um, if COVID didn't exist, I'd say it was a really good event. But because COVID
Right.
exists, and you put that filter on, it's a really crap event because you're incentivizing people to go out. It's up to me as the individual to choose to go out or not. And that was one thing that I think Ken did on his Poke the Bear is he brought up like the idea of like, what do you like? Do you like the at home playing aspect, or do you like the old way? Like if you had now that you've experienced both, and because they're both two different systems and they can't really coexist. One has to stay or one has to go. Um, which do you prefer? Have you enjoyed it? And for me, it's like I've enjoyed the home to play for the most part, except when it comes to these events, because these events are designed to be COVID doesn't exist, and they kind of put like a retrofitted kind of this is how you could do it if you were stuck at home thing. And like I don't like that. I think it should be more of it's COVID friendly, and then if you are fortunate enough to go out and play and do all of these things and go on all these adventures, out in the open, then you reap the benefits of the fact that your country, your government, or whatever it is, got it together to give you that, even if it was just for a month or two. Hey,
And
Marco.
thank you. Welcome in Marco's Modern Life. Love Marco. Big shout out to Marco. Thank you, scientists, for taking care of that. Always appreciate when you are here. I would come down on the opposite side in terms of saying like what I enjoy. Like I actively don't enjoy playing the game from home. Like I find it kind of repulsive, but I do understand like why it is and why it has to be that way. But when it comes to what I prefer, I definitely prefer to go out. But when it comes to all these complexities, it just gets silly. And I will acknowledge what was it? I didn't recognize. Oh, False Water Cobra. False Water Cobra explained, but you can turn off the rocket radar, and that's actually something I've never done before. I'm glad that I did that because it's like 9 minutes till midnight, and I'll get a balloon, and I'm glad that I have that option while I'm sitting here to not have a leader come and not get an egg and then have to start over. Because that's really the frustration, is that like it's not just that you're not going to get an egg, it's that you start over at 0 to build a new rocket radar, and you're not collecting fragments for the next one. It's like it's just a double-edged sword, and you still can't collect fragments even if you turn it off. So it's just they've just botched the game mechanic entirely. Like there need to be clearly defined kind of game mechanics, what their purposes are, and why you want to do this and why you want to do that. And it's fine to be able to do something differently. Like it's fine that I'm the only weirdo who likes to use nana berries and everybody else thinks they're useless. But like it's not fine that they have this mechanic set up the way it is, and that it's just so torturously bad for people staying at home under these circumstances. It's just
Well, you can delete mysterious components. Why you would want to do that, I'm not 100% certain. But again, this is why the game is kind of like it's built in a silly like way where, yeah, you can delete components. Or wait, what? Yeah, I'm on my 5th component. I'll delete one so that way when I'll just like keep farming the rockets until I can get a spot open for my egg. And it's like, okay, you could make it work.
right.
But again, it doesn't. It's a workaround. It doesn't mean that the event is exactly like, 100%. So like I'm just kind of over the game with a lot of these things. Um, it's so silly. What was another one that they had? You can delete premium passes. That was the thing that's like, oh, we can allow you to delete premium passes now. And you're like, 90% of us are like, why? And then the 10% of us were like, oh, thank God, because I buy these boxes that have all these passes and they're taking up space, and I need spaces for all these other things. I don't really raid, or I don't really do the PvP premium pass stuff. So yeah, I'm glad that I can delete these things. So it's just like, just make everything deletable then. Like, let me delete stickers. Okay, let me delete, except for Alyssa, you are not allowed to delete stickers. They won't put that on you. They won't force that unfortunate mishap on you. Have me delete super incubators. Have me delete which you can currently not delete. I have 33 freaking Sinnoh stones that I can luckily delete. Let me delete the lures. Let me delete what else here? I have the free pass. The mystery box cannot be deleted. Yeah, have me basically be able to delete whatever the hell I want. Just have that as an option. I can delete friends, and I can accidentally delete a friend or a shiny or whatever. Like, I can accidentally delete a lot of things and accidentally power up things.
You can accidentally double move something that has no relevance. They don't say, wait, are you sure that you want to add a second move to your unknown or whatever? Like, there's no situation where this is a good move unless you are just trying to flex, but they don't give you a warning dialogue on something like that.
And that's another thing where it goes back to the whole like I wish they included relevant PvP IVs in eggs, like because then they would actually be self-conscious about what's going on in their game. You
Yeah.
know, it's not like they aren't self-conscious. I feel like over time they've become a lot more aware of what's happening with the game, but they could definitely grow, and that's definitely a spot where I feel like, um, I mean, a lot of people would enjoy it, like hatching a PvP. Like I'm gonna say it again because I'm hunting for one. Slowpoke from an egg. Like that would be awesome. Um, and it's like the perfect thing. Bastiodon from eggs. Like that was a great idea, and they just need to keep it in like every rotation. I feel like maybe not 2Ks, but like 5, 7, 12, 10. All the eggs from 5 up should have it. So it's just I feel like PvP like IVs and Pokemon should be in eggs, and that should just be it. And then all the other stuff that we just trash anyways should just be in the wild. Like shouldn't even be in raids. I don't know why there's like such a thing as like I don't know. Was Trubbish ever a raid boss? Or
Yeah.
Garbodor was. Yeah.
Garbodor was.
Trubbish was, when it was first released, I think it was a 1-star.
Why? Why would anyone want to do that? I don't like I
don't
get it like getting candies, but like why? I don't They just keep them in the wild. I don't know. I guess they want to get the hundo, but like I don't know. Until they release a shiny, I don't understand. But
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it's not really for us to understand. It's fine. I guess it's fine to have them allow choice as long as they don't go like too far overboard and just offer us choices that absolutely no one would ever make. I mean, I like Trubbish. I would have done it back in the day if I had a daily pass to use. Is Alyssa back, or is she just in the?
She's
in the
back.
tech? Okay.
I've been back for a while.
Now it's hard for me to keep track on it. So, what do you have anything to throw into the mix in terms of just how clunky this is in terms of the way? And you talked a little bit about how it makes you play the game and not spin. I had the same kind of dynamic where you did, where on community day it was like I was running out of pokeballs, and it wasn't for any reason except that I was afraid to open gifts or spin stops until I had properly filled my egg slots. And it's like it's so easy to just fill up every single one of your slots that it just really forces you to play in a backwards way, and it really feels like a bad idea for them to have stacked this event with a community day as well.
Yeah, I kind of let it go for community day because I had such a short window of time that I could actually play. So I just kind of did what I needed to do, and then made sure to hatch all of the eggs that I got while I was playing for that hour out. But it was annoying because I knew, those incubators are money I'm going to eventually have to spend on buying incubators if I want to do a full batch of rocket eggs, and I do. If that's realistic, I'm not sure, because I don't know when I'll have time to go out and farm up all of those eggs. So that's aggravating. All of this could be solved, like everybody's already said, if we could just delete eggs. I don't see why that's such a hard thing.
So the really weird question to ask ourselves is, we got this announcement of the Strange Eggs event in early last week, and it just kind of jumped out. It had been data mined a little bit, but it was not something that they had explained what it was going to be. And so now the event is going to end tomorrow. And what do you think we should expect in terms of the changes? It ends tomorrow at 10 p.m. Do we think that there will still be 12K eggs after tomorrow? Do we think that they will be harder to come across, just the same? Do we think that they'll release these mons other places? Because it feels to me like either way feels bad, but most likely they're going to just kind of release some of this stuff into the wild that people just wasted a lot of effort on.
I don't know if they're going to put it in the wild. I feel like they're going to stay in eggs for right now, but I feel like we're going to lose the distance. Like we're still going to have to walk the whole 12. I feel like the boosted rocket rates are going to go away, and it's just going to be awful.
Yeah, and this kind of mechanic really only works, if you ask me, with the boosted rocket rates, because like you could theoretically go to wherever your grind spots are, and you could, almost certainly find 6 spots as long as you live somewhere. It doesn't have to be necessarily urban, but somewhere that's been mapped out, or it's worth playing in the first place, where you didn't put down the game because you've got no stops to spin. So you could go most places, play it, and get 1 or 2 radars at least, and get a couple bosses and get a couple eggs. But I mean, you take away that density, and there's going to be nothing. There's going to be no mechanic. It's just not going to work. And you take away the increased frequency of the balloons. So
well, the other tension within this event, right? Like you have the not being able to clear out. You still have to do community day. You still have to spend stops. You still have to do these rockets. Is that if you want to complete the inter-egg steen development to do Giovanni, you have to do all these rocket leaders, and as quickly as possible, right? So you have to do all of these things. It's like, well, I guess I won't complete this task because I don't want to. I want to get that 12K egg, and so like you're not, like you said, you're not playing optimally, and it's kind of like, and it's not their worst event. I will say that, because Shiny Dino will infamously be like the worst event ever. And there's definitely a way to, like, there's a lot of workarounds and things, and you can, you can prioritize this stuff. But in Open Great Lake, I feel like Mana Buzz is going to be a staple. I feel like Crocodile or Crocodile is going to be a staple in the open leagues or the premier leagues. Bisharp is going to be like whatever. It's going to be a sylph thing just because of its typing. Its steel typing might get locked away with something where it's going to be very poor, but its dark typing might be locked away in something where it's going to do really well, like against some poison types and some whatever. It's probably going to do really well in these different metas, these custom metas, which is irrelevant to Niantic. So if two Pokemon are going to be staples in your GBL system and you make them very difficult to get, then there's something that you need to take some notes on. Hopefully you can release them or put a kind of like a note release, some kind of announcement, because they even asked us, and which they love to kind of, this was just as bad as that notification on, have you hatched a shiny Dino yet?
Right.
And they did this Twitter post of like, what have you hatched so far in the eggs? And everybody just trolled the crap out of them with like Trubbish, the dumpster fire gif, trash and trash bags. It's just like they really like to rip the flesh and salt the wound. To quote my favorite Borderlands character, like they really love to do that when it's like really add insult to injury. It's just like, why do you guys do this? Like you guys are putting this little marketing thing together. Can you just come out and be like, oh, like we see that you guys are having a hard time doing these 12K eggs. We've now implemented the ability to delete eggs as you see, to hatch 2K eggs if you want to, 5K or whatever egg distance you prefer. Additionally, don't be too discouraged, trainers. There will be further future events where it'll make it easier to catch a few of these Pokemon later down the line. And you're like, oh, okay, I can get these things specifically to do, like I said, for Great League, for Mandibuzz, you can't get a good one from eggs, so you're gonna have to trade. And if you can't see people, a lot of this is counterintuitive. So you have to really do all these type of trade things, and it'll be cool if they can be a little bit more transparent, learn from these events, and understand that these events can be optimized. Maybe they need an R&D crew. They said that they increased their group testing, but I mean, I could increase my life expectancy by, like 1%, and I could be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna drink one less cup of coffee. But in the grand scheme of things, like that's like, it's an increase. Ooh, look at that. I've done something impressive. Not really. It, like, if you added your R&D crew and your testing team from one person to two people, is that really what's necessary to accomplish the goal? It's like, no.
Right.
So they
As
really gotta.
always, the devil's in the details, and Niantic does not give us any details. So the devil's just kind of like everywhere, like a ghost, like a Halloween event ghost, just floating around us.
So one quick question: were we about to move on to the news, or I don't know if we're ready. But if we were, I just wanted this to be the last point we drive, or at least like not a point we drive home, but something that I have been wondering about. Like I just wondering like what was the motivation behind like 2Ks, 5Ks, 7Ks, like all these different eggs, right? Like I get it. Like people in chat are saying like, oh, if we had a delete option, people wouldn't hatch 2Ks, they wouldn't hatch 5Ks because there aren't rare things in there. But what if they fixed it? Like I know this is just all what ifs, but if Niantic's actually listening, or if they want to change something, this could be somewhere to start as well. Is what if they just made it so like 2Ks had like they all had rare spawns or like rare hatches, but it would be like an insanely rare hatch, and they would post the rates of these insanely rare things you can get from a 2K. Then people might be incentivized to hatch these different eggs, and they can pick and choose which one they want to hatch based on what's represented in the eggs. Like, I don't really know why they came up with the 2K, the 5K, the 7K. And that's why I'm saying, like, because in Genshin, right? That's what I've been playing a lot of recently. There's these different banners, and each banner has a different character that you can get, or like it's like made for the character, but the drop rate's really low, and so you can get all these other characters, weapons, etc. That's not important, but what they could do is like in a 2K you can get like a Cranidos if you're really lucky. I don't know. And that could be like an incentive, like that could incentivize people to hatch 2Ks. Or like they could even put, Volibee in a 7K or a 5K or something. I don't know. And then make it extremely rare. And then that could incentivize people. And you can pick and choose which one you want. And then people wouldn't necessarily not want to hatch a 2K, because what if the 2K rotation had like a Dano in it? I don't know.
I think it's
You
another.
know.
I think it's another example of a mechanic that, even though it was not great at the beginning, the logic of it was pretty simple. It was that most people aren't going to be the people who buy all the incubators. There weren't even boxes at the time. There weren't super
Right.
incubators. It was just, you have an infinite incubator, and if you really want to pay for it, you can have more. And the amount of work that you put into the hatch was, in theory, supposed to correlate with the quality of the thing that you would hatch. And so you would have the 2K pool made a lot of sense because it was just Gen 1 decks, much smaller pool, and just everything was kind of, it was lined up in a way where you could correlate the amount of effort you were willing to put into it. And at most times you'd be able to reach into your bag and you'd say, I'm going to hatch a 2K egg now because that's how much time I have to hatch, or that's, just what I'm willing to do, or I'm going to hatch a 10K because I'm willing to, wait longer to do it. And probably with the exception of 10Ks, you'd usually restock some variety of things over time. But as the system has kind of progressed, where they've bolted more things onto it, like the 7K eggs and altering the egg rates and putting different things in pools, like they tend to put starters in 2Ks as opposed to other things.
Like
I think that
they
they've
have
kind of botched the mechanic to the point where it no longer serves its purpose. And egg deletion, as you guys keep saying, is really, really overdue.
Well, yeah,
But like if
you're
you wanted to farm for shinies, like 2Ks has the starters and a couple of shinies. 5Ks, you can get some like really interesting Pokemon that are biome based.
Dependent,
And also depending on your region, you get some regionals. Like you can hatch Tauros if you're over where Kangaskhan spawns, and you can get a Kangaskhan, stuff like that. And even now like Buffalon. Or there was that time for Buffalo. The 7Ks are Alolan and Galarians only. And then the 10K has all like the premium stuff that you really have to work on. And then now these 12K eggs, which they said, which I understand why Trubbish, because they said there's going to be dark and poison based eggs because, Rocket's strange, like they're red because maybe they're poisonous, because a lot of poisonous creatures in the wild have like these really bright neon like warning colors. So it makes sense that they're poisonous eggs or like toxic eggs. So they hatch Larvitar, which is dark, Asa, which is dark, Dino, which is dark, Scraggy, which is dark, Trubbish, which is poison, and then all the other ones are, dark as well. It's like, all right, it makes sense why these Pokemon of these typings are available, but again, just and I get the mechanic of it, but just making it so difficult to get unless you spend $2 to get a radar. You do your radar, you get an egg if you open up the spot. Like it's a big workaround. It's not exactly like you can just grind, but I'm hopeful that I'm gonna be optimistic on the what is it hopelessly optimistic that they will release some of these things in other ways, and we'll be able to get some of these cool things and not have to.
I think they will. I mean, there've definitely been several instances recently where things have been released in incredibly difficult to get ways, and then they've come out thereafter in other ways. But I still think that some transparency and the timing of it is very, very important. So the there was something else that I was going to say, and I've lost my train of thought. Anything else that you guys want to say about this craziness before we move on to other topics? Good night, Jenny.
I think we've beat the cow
We have
enough.
we have
Beat the dead horse.
we
Or
have,
the horse.
we have
That's not the
beaten
saying.
Oh,
You
what?
milk the cow. You milk the cow, and you beat the dead horse, Ethan.
You know what? It's still fair. It's still fair. They're definitely. It's a cow.
Well, I guess
Yeah.
there are other things related to this event that are not necessarily related to the horribleness of the egg mechanic. But what do you guys think about the current shadow pool? And do we think that they are going to take away the interesting stuff like they have in the past when we are no longer in this event? Do you think we are going to go back to not having Sableye? Do you think that Aerodactyl and Skarmory might be even harder to get? Or maybe on the flip side, we could have a spike in them? Nobody wants to touch
No.
I don't know, because I'm trying to think, like, was Snover was semi rare, right, when it first came out?
Mhm.
Yeah.
But now it's like you never see them ever. And it's like really rare. Like if you see a Snover, you're like, oh my gosh, I'm dropping everything and doing a Snover.
Right.
Yeah. But now, yeah. Before it was like, okay, you can get them. They're here and there. So Skarmory is like that same thing, an Aerodactyl. They're pretty, like, you can get either a Golbat or an Aerodactyl or a Skarmory. And it's like, I don't know. I haven't found an Aerodactyl yet, so I don't think they exist.
I found 2 in a row, and I've found like 6 of them overall. So I know those exist,
Okay.
but I just the feels bad on the Skarmories to me is ridiculous. At least with the Aerodactyls, you find the ones that say "Don't bother, I've already won," or the "Winning is for winners." You know you've got.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's
for
a
the
different thing.
for
It's
the
not
flying
yeah.
one.
Yeah.
It's either Zubat or it's
Or
Skarm, or there's a third thing. Let's see, it's on the. I know it's on the
Golbat?
Well,
No, it's the Zubat family, and then Skarmory. But other than that, I don't think I remember the.
Oh yeah,
third
you're
one.
right. It's Zubat, Golbat, or Skarmory, but like the odds of you getting the Skarmory seem to be low even within that. So you have to find the flying ones. You have to start the encounter, and then basically just like I just have to back out every time I get a Zubat because it's just not worth it. And I don't know. I think
the Zubats are worth it.
Well,
because
Zubats
they
are
do
worth
the
it.
Stupid event because you have to purify Pokemon. So
Yeah.
if you do Zubats or Rattatas, you minimize the amount of purified dust you have to spend to complete these objectives, like we saw in the Giovanni task, because it's always
right
a barrier for Giovanni.
Right. Yeah, and I don't want to downplay Zubat and Golbat. They're useful, they're helpful, they're cheap, they're whatever. But like
we did a poke and pull on them.
We did a poke and pull on them. But it's like for Aerodactyl, you've got the one guaranteed. You've got the Rock and Roll, which I haven't run into, which apparently can be either Larvitar or that. But for Skarmory, you've got one choice, and that only choice is the flying one, and it's really, really diluted. So I think that's a pretty brutal mechanic there. Hopefully they will rotate it. I don't know. I've enjoyed the increased diversity. I like the fact that there's so many more things out there. I kind of was amused to keep running into Shadow Diglets. I was thinking that it would be something that Max would probably play with, would be like a Shadow Dug trio, and so I always at least got a chuckle out of that. But even imagine this: you've got a new release, you've got Shelder and Cloyster, and you can literally run into the frozen in your tracks, and more often than not I'm getting Cloyster instead of Snover, so that's also a feels bad when you are doing that.
Exactly. So, and that's probably why I never see Aerodactyl, because I didn't even realize they were winning is for winners. So
Yes.
And that's really, like, that's not a easy task or easy stop to come by anyways. Those are pretty uncommon. So yeah. Is there anything else from the rotation with those, or is Snorlax out? Someone I think said Snorlax is out.
Snorlax is gone. I mean, the if you
That's
look
sad.
at the Sylph list, which I actually was not confident in earlier, but I realized the reason for my mistake, which is the fact that the if you get the water one, apparently the male one is Magikarp all the time, and the female one can be Shelder or Psyduck. And I was thinking it wasn't accurate because it didn't have Shelder and Psyduck, but I see that they do.
I've
And-
never looked at this page. Oh wow, that's so
Yeah.
cool.
I
Okay.
think it says new at the top. I don't know how long they've been doing it, but I know that I don't think it was today.
It's been there for a while because I think maybe a month after Rocket Stops had been a thing, they had that research page out, but it's just they're really bad at making it obvious that like the new isn't new anymore.
Right.
That's all.
That's like a web dev kind of thing where like it's easy to ignore unless you have a reason not to.
I've
But
just
it's
never
been there
been on
for a
it. That's
while,
cool.
and it's really cool to see how they have the breakdown and how they have their research group do the odds and stuff. And it's definitely a YTX Pikachu thing.
Yeah. And
Spreadsheets and numbers.
I forgot to add the most disappointing thing to me of all on Community Day, which we can talk about Community Day now. It's kind of a transition. Is we had windy weather for Community Day, and I was doing my best to farm for Shadow Wobbuffet because I thought if I get a boosted one that I'll actually be able to get, that purified hundo that you need. Couldn't even come close. I got so many Wobbuffets, and every time I got them, it's got the little boosted icon, but it's still just like trash IVs. So that was incredibly disappointing to have wasted my time trying to catch all those instead of getting the Charmanders. But how did everybody fare on Community Day in terms of like what did you actually focus on? I think that for the most part we probably care the most about Dust, but what about you guys? What about
You go ahead,
Alyssa?
Max. Oh, you go ahead. Yeah, you go ahead.
Well,
Did
I didn't
Alyssa
really
duck
play
out?
Yeah,
yeah,
she.
Alyssa
Okay,
ducked
she
out.
ducked out.
It was whatever. It was decent dust. It's just, dad duties called, so I couldn't do too much of the event. I only got like 100 and something thousand dust, and I could not find a good Great League one because here in California it was hot as hell, so everything was weather boosted. So I had really decent IVs for Great or Ultra League ones. I already have a purified hundo that was a Shadow hundo Charmander when these things were released before we knew that it was going to get the
Oof.
boost. So I purified that one
Yeah.
for the Giovanni task. I was like, all right, cool. Like when purified Pokemon, because like good always prevails evil. So like these purified Pokemon are gonna get a boost that are gonna be like the antidote to these venomous shadows. Like I can't wait for that boost. I'm still waiting for that goddamn boost.
Right.
And it's in the code. So yeah, I have a purified hundo Charizard that I will use. I'll just use 2 elite TMs on it, and that will be that on that one. And I finally was able to trade to a somewhat decent one for Great League. So now I have 3 different Charizards, and I'll probably work on my 4th, the Wing Attack variant, and see. Like I'll just have all the Charizard variations or something, because who knows which one's gonna be the best version. Yeah, I didn't really do too much of it.
What about you, Ethan?
Well, I just caught a 0% Patrat at my house. It's so silly. But besides that, my comp day was pretty good. I was able to obviously I had the time to go out and play. I know like some people didn't get that opportunity, and that sucks. I'm sorry. But I did manage to get quite a bit of dust. I think I just went super hard. I wanted to take pictures, but there was no time. Like I was just going in my Crocs, and like there's no stopping me. So yeah, I just kept going. My phone actually, like I was surprised that like about the heat, because like I didn't feel anything, like like Riverside native, I don't feel heat. What is heat? Just kidding, I do. It sucks. But I was fine out there playing, and then my phone just freaks out, and I'm like, wow, this is sad. Like midway through Community Day, Do you know the fire background? Here, I'll show you guys. Like the fire Pokemon background.
Oh, that's what you were showing. I thought you were
Yeah, that's
I
what I was
thought you were
showing you.
showing like pictures of like wildfires in California or something.
No, no, no. So I have a picture of it. Here we go. So this is what my phone looked like. Like it just froze on this, and this is actually like the background of a fire type Pokemon.
Now
Oh
I
shoot.
understand. I was so
So
confused why you
like
were sending me
shoot.
that picture.
Yeah, no, that is a background. That's like the backdrop for a
Right.
fire type. And
I
it would
can
just
see
freeze
that
on
now.
that. So like I don't know. I did, but I did manage. So my stats, I posted them on the tweetverse because that's all I just document things on Twitter, and I was able to get upward of. I actually is funny because I saw Tho's tweet, and I was like really aiming to beat Tho because I had the entire period, and I was like, I want to beat Tho in catches and dust and stuff. And so he said he was only able to play for was it like 4 of the hours, and I wasn't able to beat him in short, but or maybe it was 5. I don't know, but I did manage to. I got 14,001 catches. I
Wow.
got 1 over 14,000 or 14,000,
I was
1,400,
gonna say
1,400. No, no, 1,401 catch.
Spoofer
So
confirmed.
no, 1,400. So um that was pretty good. And then I got 775,000 dust. So I used some of that during the calm day to power up my Obama. So I have one now. So that's awesome.
A regular Obama or a shadow Obama?
I mean, I was actually joking during community day because there were a couple snovers, and I was like, I swear, if this is a hundo, I'm gonna be so sad because I just spent all my dust on a regular hundo Obama snow, and if I get a shadow, I'm just that might be it for me. Um, but yeah, I managed to get some dust, and I got a lot of catches. UCR was very very kind with the spawns. Um, my phone wasn't so kind, but still managed to get a lot. So, and my favorite thing that I got from Com Day was I got a uh, I got a rank 3 best buddy Charizard that's shiny. So if bottle caps are ever introduced, and that's for Master League. So it's not a perfect, it's a 14, 15, 14, and the 14, 15, 14 is actually the third best as a best buddy. So uh, if um, if bottle caps ever come out though, I'm bumping that attack stat up. Oh my gosh, yeah.
Ethan's sipping his tea.
Yeah.
So you actually bring up some things that are tangential to Community Day that I think are worth bringing up, which is that I don't know if it's the latest version of the game, something with the servers, whatever the case is, but I think it's the version of the game seems to be very glitchy and slow and problematic for a lot of people, and obviously having that coincide with Community Day is not ideal. And the fact that yours was glitching in that screen is ridiculous, but I mean mine has been glitching in all sorts of different ways, and it has definitely made playing the game much more of a chore. Have you guys have you experienced other glitchiness with the game as well? Like even bringing up appraisals for me was really glitchy. It was really strange.
Yeah, it's definitely, as someone that plays the game pretty well, at least the grinding aspect. I'm sure we all are grinders here, but someone that would have gone out pretty much like every other day during the summer if COVID wasn't alive, or if COVID wasn't a thing. Um, if the game wasn't, it didn't have as many issues, I'd be feeling different about this, but the game just has so many issues that the only few days that I share with you guys that I go out are, community days and then Tuesdays. And that's really all I feel motivated to go out for. I won't really go out to hunt shadows. I won't really go out and just play on a whim anymore, because the game is just not the way it used to be. And part of that is the lack of community. Part of that is the game just not operating correctly. But ultimately, it's just a culmination of those things, and the lack of information that we've talked about regarding this event and stuff in the past from Niantic. So I think all those things together has really brought my motivation down. And like I said, and like I've said in the past, my real motivation in this game, it isn't really GBL. I do my GBLs quite frequently, but my real motivation is to, build a community, and also improve my own community. And whether that means like adding stops, because that's something I've really been interested in recently, especially with Shagness. Shagness has done such an excellent job in her own community, and I'd really like to do that for mine. And I know that we talked about the whole like not having stops thing, or like not having very many things in our communities, and maybe that's a motivation for us to build it in that way. So yeah, I mean, Niantic doesn't really push like anyone to like make stops or make their community better, but that's just something we need to incentivize. And so no one really brings it up, and so if we had that motivation, maybe there would be more stops and there would be more gyms and stuff. So that's why I've been more focused on that.
Yeah.
And so yeah, like I'll go in my car and find places around the town center, which is just like a mile or so away, and I'll just like post up, take some pictures, and try to get some stops. And I've been doing that for a little bit now. I've been getting denied, but I don't care. Just keep going.
The stop submission thing can be very spotty. Depends where you live. Depends how many like actual viable stops and stuff you have to post, and what your local community is. That is something I love about the game, which is that whether it's OpenStreetMaps or submitting within the game or previously through Ingress or whatever, that you really could effectively build your own local community almost as not a one-man effort necessarily, but like a very grassroots small effort could make a huge difference for the entire community. So that stuff is great. The biggest problem is places where either people are incredibly picky about your submissions, or people don't understand how the submissions work, or you just have people submitting stuff that should never be a Pokestop, or a portal, or whatever it is, the way spots they call them.
Exactly. And that's to go off of that, like that's why you like if you're submitting a stop, I always like to keep mine bookmarked in like a notes or something in my phone. That way I can just keep copy and pasting if I get rejected, because it could just be that the right people aren't seeing your post, and it could just come down to that. So like that's why like my stop, the three stops I've submitted have been accepted, but one of them took like 5 retries or something like that, just because the person kept thinking it was a restaurant, and it's actually just like a meeting place that happens to have a restaurant nearby,
Right.
or like in the backdrop. So yeah.
I want to say that I actually learned this week about something I didn't know existed that is very helpful. Over on the G2G Media stream, they I think I was one of the few people over there actually, but they were doing a review submission thing, and they were talking about how when they do the stops, that they actually there's a plugin for browsers. I think they were specifically talking about the Google Chrome browser, but it's like Wayfarer Plus, I believe. and it alters the Wayfarer stuff to actually show you the cells, the was it S2 cells, is that what they're called? It shows those as an overlay over the stops and such, so that you can actually see where stuff already exists, and you can see where, like, what areas would be eligible to potentially put additional ones in. So it allows you kind of that ability to more plan out the kinds of stuff that you can do. And I know that people in Ingress have done that kind of thing, but I was not aware that there were plugins like that, extensions, if you will, available for Wayfarer. So definitely check that out if you are interested in Wayfarer, if you are interested in building up your community. One of the best things to know is just how the system works. And if you know, the more you know about how it works, the better you can actually like create really playable areas.
It's interesting. Yeah, I didn't know that either. That's really interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm just like, I was really into OpenStreetMaps, and I've never been huge into submitting portals, mostly because it's the whole phone-based mechanic of it. I hate taking pictures on my phone, and I hate kind of the mechanism they force you through there. But if I were able to do it on my computer, I'd be much more apt to do it. The other thing that you brought up something else with regard to Community Day, and it was another glitch related thing. There have been some adventure sync issues which have also messed up the egg event in terms of hatching, so that's been an issue. But there've just generally been they messed up the Stardust in the game master file, and if depending on where you lived, the triple Stardust was persisting,
it carried over
for a significant amount of time after. So people were able to do that. Max, would you say that this qualifies as one of the few times where maybe the APAC folks got it better than us because they were first?
It's not that they got it better. I think it's that they got what should have, like, they just weren't screwed. They just didn't get screwed.
I mean, I
They
know
got a
I
normal
wasn't able.
experience.
They got no. I think they got the triple, didn't they? I think they got triple for longer. It took them a
They got
while to
triple
realize they screwed
afterwards.
it up.
Yeah, but like that, I feel like that's a normal experience, because like we just didn't get the extra stuff. Like we missed out on that, but they got a normal, so like, this is a game that gave you a good event. They're like, I've never had a good event before. Oh wow! So like when stuff like this happens in their favor, I'm like, nope, the game was just the bank made an error in your favor. This is perfectly normal for the rest of us in America, where it happens just fine. We get a little extra sometimes. You guys finally get it. You guys got a normal experience. You guys just weren't screwed.
And the other glitch that I was going to mention, I don't know if it qualifies as a glitch or not, but it was my own experience, and I would have to hear from other people what their experience was. That they did appear to unnerf the incense for Community Day. That was pushed in the Game Master, but it felt to me like the spawn rates in terms of Community Day spawn rates were definitely not in line with what they had been on some of your previous COVID Community Days, your Abras, just the crazy spawn rates. So on one hand, they did exactly what I expected with the incense, and I was just like, good on them for not trying to, force people to go out to do the Charmander thing. But it was very, very hit or miss in terms of location, and it was much more in line to me with your average spawn rates for whatever your location happened to be. So you really were encouraged to go to like those dense spawn areas to play. So what was that your experience, that you had to stay at home most of the time, Max?
Yeah, it felt like, well, I just hate that incense bug where I try to do a fast catch and it still shows. So because of that, I just catch them regular. I don't do fast catches in general on home days, or I just have the gotcha going. And it felt like pre-COVID with no special incense boosts, no special like spawn densities. Just felt like a pre-COVID community day event where it was nothing spectacular. It wasn't huge spawn race where I couldn't keep up and I had to fast catch. It was like, no, I would fast catch and then something would pop up and I could just keep chaining them together on a regular catch. I didn't have to fast catch them to kind of keep up. And it didn't feel like they're on previous times where they have like spotlight hour where it's I catch everything or a fast catch or I do a regular catch and then there's like a 2 or 3 minute dry period where I'm like, okay, like give me a spawn, and then they gave me like 10 spawns. I got to hurry up and catch them all so that way I don't miss out on that dust potential, and then I got to wait another like 2 or 3 minutes and wait for all of this stuff. So um, I feel like it was a decent event. um, Starters are notoriously difficult to catch. For some reason, a starter Pokemon that in the main series game you get for free, easily obtainable, and you just have to pick which one you get. um, they are the hardest Pokemon to catch in this game, and I don't know why. Like they're a starter, uh, or they're known to be a starter. They do these community days around the starters. All of them are guaranteed to have Blast Burn, Hydro Cannon, Frenzy Plant. These should be really easy to catch. They shouldn't be like a hard red, like ultraviolet, angry red circle. Even after I do a Ultra Ball and a Golden Berry, like these shouldn't be very difficult to catch. So having them on C Day makes them pretty difficult to catch sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, there were definitely a few that hopped out, but I mean, they always buff the catch rates, whether they do it on in a timely manner or not. I don't know, but I didn't have too much trouble with using regular Pokeballs or Great Balls on most of them, but it definitely can be a little bit discouraging.
I did notice that the rates were a little bit lower, to be honest, like the spawn rates, because normally, like, I mean, it seemed like more of the UCR spawn rates, just for like longer amounts of time, maybe like a couple more here and there, but I wasn't phased by it, but it was definitely noticeable, because I was using the AR trick that I don't think I didn't get to teach you it, Jiggly
No,
or
not
Matt,
yet.
but yeah, I was using that and that was insane. Um, I yeah, that was insane. That was just it's just so much fun, and you get so much more catches. But it was very hard to notice all the ones I was missing, but I did kind of notice it because I started out with 400 some balls, and then like by the end of the 6 hours I was at like almost, I think in the fourth hour I was like at 100 or something, and I was like, okay, this is not good, I'm going down too low. I just had to buy balls. I had to. I had no choice. I had to. So, because I had a star piece going, and I was just like, that's a bummer. So, huh? Oh, what is Max saying? I don't know.
Gotcha. They gotcha.
Yeah, they got me. They got me good. They got me good. But I mean, it was Stardust, so I was like, you gotta do it.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
but
like what you're saying. You've got to do it, but like, that's really the
It's
part that I
start.
find offensive about
Yeah,
the fact that
it is
they've
offensive. It's
sent
very
the
offensive.
rates back down. I mean,
I was very offended. Trust me, I was very offended.
I'm sure you were. I don't see the benefit in them lowering spawn rates for a community day. If the idea is you're essentially going to be able to catch as many as you want, and it's really just the question of the specific ones you're catching, I think that it just really comes down to a pretty basic question. It's not even a how bad is COVID question. It's a, are there large segments of the world where it's a bad idea to go out? If yes, then people should essentially have unlimited spawns, and you can gate that however you want in terms of how many per incense, how many in, sitting in one spot. But like they should essentially never run out of things to catch. And I mean, it wasn't terrible, but it wasn't what it should have been if you ask me. And that was from my experience before I went out. That was from my wife's experience when she ducked out halfway through and was at home. And I just think that's unfortunate that they need to be consistent with that.
So oh wait, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Oh, okay. No, this wasn't really important, but I also just hit 100 million XP like
All right.
live on stream, and I missed a clean screenshot. So
Of course you did.
yeah,
it probably was an egg hatch animation, and
no, it was me catching, and I was like, it's funny because like I was like, oh, I'm gonna stop catching, and then I didn't. So yeah, it's totally scientist fashion. Yeah.
So we're already like almost we're like 2.5 hours plus in, and I think it might finally be the point where we can reach the topic that I was actually intending to reach, which was legacy moves in the TM system. And the reason why I think it's so relevant right now is because we just had a community day where I think for the first time something got its second legacy move or second community day move, and in this case a fast move and a charge move, and we didn't know exactly how it was going to be handled. They told us ahead of time that we were not going to get blast burn. Nobody was so sure that they were going to execute it properly, but they did. And they have said in the future we are going to get blast burn, but they are not telling us the details. We can rehash all of the usual points of Niantic and communication and keeping us wondering and FOMO and all that. And that's obviously all applicable. But the question to me is, if hypothetically they were to move in the direction of doing this more, where we cycle back to a starter, it gets a different community day move, and they don't give you both at the same time, could potentially you start to see some sort of I'll get fancy and say raison d'etre for why the TM system is the way it is, where you actually can get to a point where you could say, okay, if the predominant legacy moves that are in play are the community day moves, and those are meant to be limited, but they're not gated. They're very accessible. You can trade for them. You can usually get them. They'll usually be makeup events, but you don't get them both at the same time. It really starts to force people to make more and different decisions in terms of the things that they build. And it could increase diversity, and or to use the scientist term of the personalization of the Pokemon you use. So instead of everybody racing to make the top of meta things like making Dugongs and making Blazikins and making Shadow Swamperts and those kind of things, you would have people saying, well, you know what, I prefer using this mon with this legacy move instead of this legacy move, and I'm willing to make that trade-off. Or I'm willing to say that I think that this combination of two legacy moves is so much better than the other ones that I'm willing to invest in that, whereas I'm not willing to invest in a triple legacy Sea King or whatever, like some of those ridiculous things. So to me, the more you unlegacied most of the relevant moves that from the past, not all, but most, and if you keep these other ones very abundant, accessible, and the only real restriction is you're not going to get both moves, you could even introduce situations where you could have more of the kind of Breloom. Remember Breloom got the Grass Knot like event where, like, if you evolved a Shroomish to a Breloom during a certain week, it got Grass Knot and it never got it again. Or the Lickitungs, or all those different things. You could have those on a regular basis, and you could just say, this week this mon is getting this, and then the next week it's getting this. And like you could have so many unbelievably cool move combinations without like unlocking like every mon entirely. Like you wouldn't sit there and cycle through the normal TMs and just get really frustrated because it's got a huge move pool. But if you really wanted to run a particular Pokemon with a certain combination of moves that's not normally available, you would be able to make that decision. And like, I feel like that would be such a much more healthy dynamic, to have just like all sorts of possibilities out there that are equally available but still time limited, as opposed to the like true legacy stuff and like the you have to use a elite TM to have a viable Dugong or Charizard, depending on how you're looking at it. Like, so I could see that having a very interesting dynamic. So in that context, this is the first time we've truly seen that, and I wanted to see what you guys think, because I'm actually playing pro Niantic here after all of the bashing that I was doing. So I'm sure we know which side Max is going to come down on. Which side do you come down on, Ethan, in terms of the current TM system and whether it is healthy or not, and what should they do?
Well, I'm going to preface this by saying that I have a lot of stuff to fix. So I personally think that this TM system is amazing. They just need to maybe make it available in like maybe one other way. I don't know what that way is, but just make it rare or something and put it somewhere, and then there you go. Like, we have GBL, we have a box, but
And we did get
those
it from the Giovanni research as well.
and the Giovanni,
so that was
yeah, I
nice.
haven't finished it. Yeah, okay, so from the Giovanni research, but like other places, like one other place as well, maybe, and then they would be absolutely great. So I have a lot of things to fix, and I have, we all have our Charmanders now that we either spend it or we don't. We keep overheat or whatever. But I kind of want to spend it, and I mean, it definitely it increases personalization, because like in terms of the shiny Charmander that I'm now working on best buddying, because I forgot to evolve it. Oops. I'm just gonna evolve it and use a fast TM on it, I hope. Please, I'm crossing my fingers for December. But with that coming into play, people have the freedom to use them for what they want. If you used Elite TM for Articuno before they were in raids, more power to you. You got to play with it in like a prior season or something. And you shouldn't feel bad about that, because it could have been, good IVs or whatnot that you might have not gotten from a raid anyways. So yeah, I think it just increases personalization. I just wish that it was maybe available in like one other way, and then I feel like it would be really good.
YTX
like
throws an interesting wrinkle in the chat of best buddy equals legacy unlock via TM. That's something. Or even best buddy.
I like that.
How about best buddy? You get like a mon locked elite TM. Like, you can use it only once, but you can use it on that best buddy like once you've done it. Because I don't think you should necessarily be able to do it like infinitely. Like, if we went back to like the old world where you had a Hypno or something, and like you were able to give it both Psyshock and previously legacy Shadow Ball, or you could best buddy a Sea King, and then you could just like just make one instantly. Like, I think that would be a little bit too OP, but I think that providing more mechanisms to get the elite TMs is definitely a good thing.
It would definitely increase Poffin sales, which I mean it's a net in their pocket. Right. So I think that's an awesome answer, to be honest, YTX. I think that you obviously, if you're best buddying something, you're showing that you want to use it and you want to do something with it. You're not just doing it just because it's cute. No, you want to do something. Like, usually, I mean, some people are best buddy.
It would increase the incentive to best buddy things that don't need CP boosts too. It would increase the incentive to best buddy an Ultra League or a Great League.
Exactly.
that
Exactly.
like you actually are best buddying it because you personally like that mon, want to use that mon, want to unlock that ability, as opposed to everybody best buddying a Dialga or everybody best buddying a Medicham. Because it
Exactly.
doesn't reflect anything about your own personal desire. It reflects you trying to min-max a system that is so heavily slanted in terms of playing meta in certain areas.
Yeah, it would increase variety in buddies too. So
Right.
that's probably something that they would think is a positive. And something else that's cool about that is also they see the best buddy ribbon and they're like in a Sylph battle or whatever, and your opponent's like, okay, now you have to think about like whether this is actually boosted, whether they're going for like a community day move, like what's the move set on this thing. Like there's just all these different elements now that you have to think about
Now
that you might not already think about.
The question there is, if you allowed YTX's idea, though, would you be able to disable the best buddy ribbon like I didn't even realize I had done, because I had disabled the best buddy ribbon and people were wondering where it was on my cast form, and so that would be another level of gamesmanship, actually knowing to turn off the best buddy ribbon so that people didn't suspect.
Wow. I mean, that's another element then. Like, but then you look at the CP. I feel like everyone looks at CPs, or like most people, maybe.
Right,
and
but
they'll
if
just be
if
like,
it wasn't something that maxed out at that level, you wouldn't
right,
be
then you
able
would
to
never
read it by
know.
CP.
You would never ever know. Yeah. And that's kind of cool. But I think like with it on, people would be like, oh, is this person best buddying it for the move, for the extra boost, because they like it? Like, what does this ribbon actually mean? And that's the implication that I think is really, really cool, if they actually did that. So I definitely think best buddying should reward the chance to, give it, like, evolve it into a Charizard with Blast Burn, or give it like some sort of move, because you just work so hard to get it to best buddy. Not everyone's paying for Poffins, so you work so hard to get it to best buddy. Why not give it something special?
I mean, I don't necessarily love the buddy mechanic, so anything that like increased the grindiness of having to do that more and more, I think could be potentially frustrating. But I would really love the idea of there being more rewarding things behind best buddying, behind best friends, behind those things that are not currently in the system, like the fact that we keep talking about why can't you remote buddy lucky trade with somebody, or the like.
Yeah.
Put in, there should be something that reflects the fact you put in that much effort, or theoretically that much effort, if you haven't gamed the system. So give us something that is like really amazing, as opposed to just like you're a lucky friend with somebody that you're never going to see. Your best buddy gets a 1 level boost. Like there should be some other kind of corollary benefits that are a little bit more exciting than what you get out of it. Instead, you can get those benefits out of just having an excited buddy. Like you can have extra egg distance. How about you should get extra candy from a best buddy as opposed to an excited buddy? I think that's definitely something that should be the case. You can only walk one at a time anyway. It's not like you can, totally game that. All right, Max, I'm ready for the downer pill. I can never keep track of the red pill, blue pill dichotomy. I don't know which one's reality and which one is fiction. But give us whichever the other pill is. Which pill are you, Max? Is Max here?
He's here. Yeah.
The sad pill.
Well, yeah, we shouldn't have said pills. That we
so
correlate
like
pills with sad.
I think that the TM system has been broken for a long time. Yeah, a lot of people are doing GBLs because they can, and that's really the only thing that they can do for resources and stuff. So they have TMs. Like even I have a decent amount of TMs, but I also don't want to spend all of them on a Mew. So like I've been telling people, there should be a order in which the moves go in, almost like a wheel.
Yes.
Where it goes like, especially for Hypno and Mew, where it goes like, if you are at Focus Blast,
yes,
this is the order that it goes to until it rotates back to Focus Blast. So I can calculate how many TMs I need to farm to fix a Mew on one move, or one charge move slot, and then on the other charge move slot, same thing with my Hypnos. It also means that if I need to do Open Great League and I want to have a certain type of Hypno or something, then I can, change it accordingly, and I could have all this stuff. They need to change that, and they never will. So I was like, okay, they're never going to change that. The best buddy system. What do we do about all the best buddies that happened beforehand? Probably not going to get fixed to the way that YTX is saying, which is pretty depressing. But like that won't happen. So what's another thing that they could do? Possibly is that they could make it a super rare drop that your best buddy, can find an elite TM as a gift, like a 1% chance that when it brings you a present, that it's an elite TM. So that way maybe you just get lucky and you get some extra TMs or something. That'd be cool. But I think knowing that every other community day is going to be a charge, like what TM did we get? A charge TM from community day. So next month will probably be a fast, or whatever it is. Like it keeps alternating.
Right.
So because of that, you can kind of calculate out. Like I have my Sea King that I need to fix. I have a double legacy Dugong. I'll probably won't make it triple legacy, but I have a double legacy Dugong made or TM'd but not powered up. I could probably do the Sea King if I wanted to, because I have the two charge TMs and the one fast TM to do that with an extra fast TM. So depending on how December goes, I'm already set for the rest of the year on possibilities of, if we get only Blast Burn for Community Charizard like recap, then I can use the TM to get a Dragon Breath onto it. And then I won't have to worry about burning some extra charge TMs, elite charge TMs. It also means that if I want to just like not spend my regular TMs and use those for Mew, then I could, anticipate that, like, okay, I've more or less built up all of my legacy mons to my interests, or things like that, or made interesting ones that I like. I'm starting to like gather these and I want to use them. I guess I'll just use it on Mew, because I know if I use just one fast and one charge, then I just need to wait 2 more months to replenish that. So you can kind of calculate it out. So I don't think there's anything wrong with those type of like with the system in that regard, but I do think that the regular TM system is just broken.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I think if you designed it from scratch, and of course they're never going to do that because one, they just aren't going to put forth the effort, and two, I think it would fundamentally change like the structure of the data that they have to store. But what I would have personally loved to see is that they have TMs much more like the main series games, where you have a TM that's like a certain move, and you get it and you can use it on something. And to me, like the ideal situation that would make it the most fun and that would make PvP and other such things reward people who played the game more as opposed to people who paid more would be if they had those kind of things that would drop kind of at the rate of what the items, what are the evolution items that are you get like once every week, but they're otherwise very rare when you're spinning. And so you get like a TM of some sort. You're not guaranteed what move it is, but you get that, and maybe some are going to be way more rare than others, and you just end up with these. And then some of the really rare ones you could have like on a community day, you have to do a certain research thing, or on a certain event, like you complete the research and you're awarded with this TM. You can use it into the future, you can use it on whatever, but you've got access to that move because of the effort you've put in, because of whatever that may be, as opposed to you just happen to not transfer this random Sea King that was your best IVs at the time or whatever before you had any significance, and so now you've got some advantage or you've traded for it. Like, it would just be so nice if there were that dynamic where you didn't have to play games, RNG. It would increase the number of moves that you'd have accessible to different things, and it would still increase, or it would encourage diversification and differentness from people, because they would be like, well, I've got this TM, do you have this TM? You could say literally, I can TM this on this mon and then I can trade it to you, but then the person on the other end of the trade wouldn't be guaranteed what the IVs would be. So there's still like the, you can't entirely game the system kind of thing going on, where like there's just so many cool mechanics they could have, where you could like, maybe you could only hold a limited number of the TMs. Like you can hold 10 at a time, and then at that point, like you have to decide whether you're going to drop this one or you're going to drop that one, and like each person kind of has to make those choices. And I just think that there would be so many cool dynamics they could have with that, as opposed to just this basically just you tap a button and you just get complete RNG. Like there's absolutely nothing to it except the random number generator, and sometimes it's just beyond feels bad for something that at one point in time was an extremely difficult to grind resource, and even now is not like a truly easy to grind resource for a lot of people. So I think that is definitely a problem. But I just think that what I would love to see, like when I see Charizard and this example, like I think it makes me look at what could be even more than like what's wrong with the system. Like, how cool is it that you could have like just these different versions of Charizard that's such an iconic Pokemon, but you can't have everything unless like you really are focused on that. Even somebody who really wants to focus on it, at least at this point in time, you wouldn't really be able to viably justify having like a Master League, an Ultra League, a Great League Charizard, unless that was like, I am the Charizard trainer and that's the only thing I care about. Like you would have to make those choices, and since it's viable in so many places, that would make for an interesting dynamic as well. But instead we're just kind of stuck in this situation where people are like, well, I don't know whether I should evolve or not. We don't know what they're going to give us in December, and it just gets gross when once again they hide the ball and don't give us information, and just kind of leave it entirely in FOMO land, as opposed to putting it in like make a choice trainer land kind of thing, where it's just like make a decision, be smart, be strategic, be a better trainer, not you were able to grind a lot on this one day and therefore you are better. So I don't know. I could just, it's not the world we live in, but I would love to live in a world where we got more of these events, more diversification, more Charizards in the world, where you could theoretically want to play it with Fire Spin, with Wing Attack, with Shadow Claw or Dragon Breath. I always say Shadow Claw or Shadow Claw that we never got. But like all these possibilities, but they wouldn't all be infinitely available at all times. It would be something you had to work at and whatever. So,
well, they probably will bring something like the clone Charizards back, possibly.
Oh God!
And so that way you can have the Blast Burn one.
Oh no!
You just have to Elite Fast TM the Dragon Breath on. I don't know.
I thought you were gonna say they were gonna bring back the clones, and that would be the only incentive to catch more Charizards, would be that you would get the double legacy ones, and then you would have to trade them with people after doing the raids to get PvP IVs on them.
Well, I mean, like that would be like one of the things to make sure that you can get like an Ultra League one or maybe
Right.
a Master League one. So it's
Right.
like, is it possible? Sure. A lot of it is low hanging fruit, but let's see if they take advantage of that. That's the kicker. That's the big thing, is that will they recognize this in time before they kind of can't go back on this just for whatever reason. But I mean, we saw Ninja tweet out like, "Hey, you guys, like," and he looked like he was all ninja'd out. He was like, "Hey guys, so I got this Elite TM,
He's all
and
ninja'd
I don't want to use it, but like, would I use it on?" I'm just kind of like, is this guy on
Oh.
drugs, or is that just his character or whatever?
That is his character, yeah.
And like I just like that was the first time I've ever seen him on social media. Like I see him playing his, streaming his and doing his games and stuff like that. But I saw him on Twitter. I was just like, oh my god, this is this is really intense for a Twitter post. And
I
he was
missed that.
asking because he's like, I know these are super rare. So like, what the hell do I spend it on? And I was like, okay, he's already ranked 9 or he's about to be ranked 10 or some crap like that, right? He's pretty good at the game already.
Mhm.
And like he plays Valorant and this game both simultaneously because like that's how easy this game is to him and that's how good of a player he is. So it's like, all right, cool. He's like the cream of the crop type of thing. So he wants to make sure he doesn't lose out and miss out, and he knows how these games work where they have like the super rare item where you can't screw the pooch on it. So what's the optimal play? And like I did the post, I was like, look, dude, you're already winning. I wouldn't worry about it. If you were losing or you were kind of like, I really need X, then you would know what to spend it on. It would be really obvious. But you're about to be ranked 10 without using an elite team. Don't waste it. Wait until Niantic does this special event where you need this perfect thing and this like really rare thing or something that happened in the past that you completely missed out on that now you have to wait for those type of moments. If he's clearly he's been playing for a while, if he's going to be able to do Master League and Ultra League, which you need to basically be like a level 38 to get like the premium Pokemon to be used. So he's already got to be a high level. He's been playing for at least a while to do these things. I wouldn't worry about it. Like really, for me, the elite TMs are just to fix and have and to kind of like make sure I buy the entirety of the meta. Um, and like I waste them on fun things like cross chops, shiny primate with terrible IVs.
It's
Um,
fun.
Alakazam to have psychic instead of having shadow ball. And people are like, why would you do? I'm like, look, I don't know, why not? Like psychic isn't a trash move.
And back
Um,
off. It's Max's TM. Back off.
or just like it's just one of those things. Like I'll use it for fun. Everybody else already knows how good Hydro Cannon is, right?
Yeah.
Just on any Pokemon, they know how good it is. So to put you use an elite team to get Hydro Cannon, everybody knows how good Mew is.
But you know
and
how
all these
good
different things.
Psychic is on Alakazam.
Yes,
That's a
but
real
so I
question.
know what it is, and
Exactly.
so it almost one shots anything in
Exactly.
Great League.
No, that's the
So
thing that most like people don't realize that. So it's like,
okay.
yeah, I don't
So
know.
if I live long enough to throw off a psychic again, even if I'm like using it against a Registeel, I just like counter it down, throw a psychic. They'd be like, "Oh, I probably won't." Like I could take a fire punch and it's a psychic. Like I didn't know I couldn't take that. Like that's what I will use it on. And everybody will know what to use their resources on. And if they don't, like, they just got to do a little bit of research and stuff. And if they, unfortunately misspend it on something that they regret, it's fine. It'll come back later on. And we kind of just have to understand that, like, it's okay. Things will work out in the long run. Um, like this whole, it really does suck with the lack of communication. But it was interesting to see him kind of like see that as a new player with like a fresh set of eyes, like especially coming from a gaming background, especially a high level gaming background of I don't want to waste this. What do I do? And it's you can already see FOMO creeping into his brain.
Yeah,
And
you
it's kind
can
of like
see his brain rewiring, and it's so sad. I'm like,
it's like,
no,
don't worry
Ninja,
about it. Don't worry about it. You're fine, dude. Like,
no, please.
you got the skill. You're winning. If you have the decent enough IVs and you use the minimal resources like just PV poke and seeing like, oh, these are the rankings. Well, I'll just pick something in the top 10 and I should be fine. I'll use the team building thing. I should be fine. I'll just ask, uh, do the Twitter Google. Hey Google, hey Twitter, what should I do? And they'll like guide you in the way where you're kind of like, all right, I feel good about my answer. So it was funny to see him like freak out like I got an elite team. What do I do? It's just that was pretty cool.
Jigglypuff's just like, what?
But
Wait, oh, is he? Oh, I
he
see.
might be taking a meal break.
He is taking me a break. I didn't realize he's not talking. So, yeah,
I hit rank 9 last night.
yeah, that's hype. I saw that. I need it. Yeah, that's hype. So hype.
And then next season I'll probably hit rank 10 if it's based on the win. Just like get X amount of wins, you get
Oh
rank
yeah.
10. I'll
Oh
probably
yeah.
go for it.
That's your season, Max. That's your season.
But I haven't played you have to get what 209 um 209 wins at the most optimal, right?
Right.
And I've only battled 410 times, and I have, let's see, 410. I have 217 wins to get to rank 9. I think it was a little bit less than that.
Yeah.
Let's see, 410. Yeah, so I have like a 53% win rate, even with my memes. It's like, all right, if I actually battle and I try to go like, all right, guys, we're gonna meme in Great League. We aren't doing the Azu and Ultra League meme this season because I want to try to get to rank 10. And then we're gonna do some like, Master League stuff, and we'll go on to do all of that stuff. I'll probably do a focused hit rank 10 before Great League comes back, hopefully, and then that way when it comes back, I can just meme away and rank 10 Great League. So if it's
had
win stuff,
right. I've only I always usually hit it at the end anyways. I've never had time to just meme around, so it's sad.
yeah, you can. If you're in the current system, you can't meme at all. Maybe you can meme one set the whole season early on before
So
you hit
sad.
rank 7. And if you meme too much or too hard, then you might you actually might just lose out on one good battle set, which is the set that you memed on, which is really unfortunate.
I want to be like Tasarna, where he's like he reaches rank 10 and then he dips to like 1200 MMR. I want to do that. That's awesome. That's like my spirit animal. Yeah.
Oh.
So yeah.
So
my elo is like 2185. It's the worst elo in rank 9, I believe.
You got it. You got it. Yes.
Anything else to say on the TM system topic before we move on?
I think we're good.
All right. We had the Grubhub event announced this week, so we get to have a couple parallel conversations, one of which is yay, the US is getting sponsored events. That's a positive. We don't need to just like look at Mexico and say
Mexico 7-Eleven.
Right. And so as best I can tell with my lack of Spanish skills, so these are essentially the same thing. Like we're getting our shiny Ferrothorn there, and they're basically the same thing there, but they're released in kind of different ways. How do you guys feel about this particular event and the way in which they are releasing it? My general sense is that they've got something, you have to basically be a member of a paid service in order to get the ticket, but if you get the trial, you're still good. But the question is, if this is successful moving forward, then does Grubhub do another event, in which case you either have to, I mean, presumably they would prevent you from creating another account because they'd like link it to your Pokemon Go account or something like that. But presumably this is either a one and done thing and they could never do it again, or moving forward, anyone who wants to partake in sponsored events has to be a member of a subscription service that they may or may not get value out of. Some people in this time especially are getting a lot more food delivered, and it's a good probably a good synergy there that they are taking advantage of that. But I would say that it's not ideal to me in terms of a sponsor to choose, but in this one instance I welcome it because it's a free potential thing unless you're so inclined to keep the service. How do you feel about it, Ethan?
Well, I'm just kind of was there a tweet saying that you could unsubscribe from the service? There was, right? I think.
I don't think there was a tweet. I know that Cody from Go Stadium was on top of it very quickly and suggested that was the case. Personally, I don't believe anything until I see it, because I don't really understand the mechanic that they are using here. and I don't know whether they're going to expect you to have an active account on a certain date, or whether it is just you had to generate the ticket and you're going to get it regardless of whether you have an active account. You could very easily see this going awry if people canceled their accounts, and like maybe that removed them from the email list that they need to be on in order to receive the ticket, or maybe it was already understood that only people who were actually members on that day were going to get it. And it's hard to say. They say that there was a limited number of tickets.
Yep.
Quote, while supplies last. So that is also back in the FOMO lane. But while supplies last is a very weasel word kind of thing to say. You can say while supplies last, which is just legalese for we won't guarantee it to everyone, we could stop at any time. Or you could say while supplies last, meaning that there's actually a fixed number that you're starting with and you already know what that is. And those are two very, very different things. And my inclination is that there's probably not a limited number, but they're telling you there is. But
Interesting.
Yeah, the way that they worded, and I believe there was something deeper in the notes, or like in another tweet that said something around the lines of if you're already a member, you could upgrade to Plus or something like that, or you could link them so that we can take full advantage of it. You could also do a 14-day free trial. So if you waited long enough to where signing up before a deadline, an event happening, there's 14 days for you to do it, but you could miss out on this thing because supplies last.
right.
And you're only battling it out with the people in America, so it's not like you're, trying to, consume the supply against the world. It's just in America, which, yeah, there's a lot of layers to this where it's kind of like Y, double Y, triple Y. But I mean, I don't know. Maybe that's what it takes. And it's funny that they're doing it now when they're like rolling things back and saying like the actions that they're doing on rolling all these things back gives a connotation that they believe that COVID is about to end. It's on the
Right.
horizon of transitioning.
But they're
Then they're using
partnering
a
with
food
Grubhub.
service, yeah, that was primarily used because of COVID
Right.
to not go shop, and because the restaurants, it's a Niantic thing to do.
It's very
It's
ironic. It is very, very ironic for sure. Oh man, it's yeah, like the layers to this stuff is crazy, and the biggest thing is just that so much of it comes at once. I just want them to have a coherent message. Like they can either be like, we are essentially a wing of the Pokemon company out to make money, take it or leave it, or we are a high-minded company and we have certain standards and ethics, and here's what they are. But no, they're very much on both sides of the fence, and it's just crazy how many things they're hitting on this. But I will be the first to say that I have been begging them to find U.S. sponsors for ages. So like, if this is what it takes, I'm okay with it. And if you look at the list of things that you can get from it, honestly, the biggest advantage you could get out of it is farming Pharaoh Seed, which you've had other opportunities to do, or get shiny Pharaoh Seed more likely, which is just kind of a bragging rights kind of thing. So I'm okay with this. The rest of the options seem completely irrelevant for gaining an advantage in PvP. Obviously the Gen 1 starters and such are used, but people have those, and Sableye is used, but now people want the purified version, and Pharaoh Seed is just not enough to move the needle in terms of like giving somebody an advantage. Just kind of like, do you like this game? Are you willing to pay extra for this little trinket of an event? Then, be a member. And I think these are the kinds of events that we should encourage and be okay with. But it's definitely still close when it comes to the using the well supplies last and the very vague language they use. I think that is not cool. I think that they should just be very transparent and say, if you want it, do this, you'll get this right now, and if you don't do this and you're not one of the first X thousand people to do it, then you're not going to get it. But the weasel words give me issues.
Yeah, and it says complete the timed event to get 3 incense, to earn 3 incense, right? Okay, I'll earn 3 incense. I'll earn a star piece, then I'll earn 100 Charizard Mega Candy. Okay, that's whatever. Chansey should be shiny. Should be a shiny Chansey. Okay, not everybody has that. Okay. A shiny Spoink. Shiny Mawile. Okay. Shiny Bronzor. Meh. Shiny Gibble. Okay. We're catching my interest in a Sawaddle. Why? The following Pokemon will be attracted to incense during the event. So you have incense locked Pokemon, right? And you have to earn these 3. So when the event starts, and it's only a 3-hour event, you have to burn your 3 incense to get them back, right? So it's like you have to kind of pay this up front. Okay, like it's not ideal. I would like it to be this, like, I paid for this event through this subscription. I should just get my 3 incense up front, unless their wording is just wrong. I'll give them the benefit of doubt. Bulbasaur, Charizard, Squirtle, Pikachu. Is it going to be another hat Pikachu? Trash. Unknown G. We all have unknown G's from GoFest, so trash. Unknown H. Okay, that was more like you had to go to Philly. All right. Shiny Sableye. All right, that's still a sought after shiny. Patrat Minccino. Everyone has a shiny Minccino, so whatever. Patrat, meh. Shiny Ferroseed. Okay. Please note that shiny unknown will not be available during this event. Okay, so all the unknown are trash then. Incense activated during the event will last for 1 hour. So then that means technically the 3 incense that you earn back, you could chain them together. You could stack them during the event to get 3 extra hours of incense after the event. So you can make it into a 6-hour event for you to earn Pokemon outside. Like, so there's a 3-hour Pokemon event ones, and then it's just 3 hours of incense. So you get an extra hour and a half for free. And you can just use that in general with like a star piece that you earned or whatever it is. Okay, fine. Like I said, you could chain it where the 14-day free trial, and you can cancel your 14-day free trial to make it a free event if you don't get screwed out. So there's a lot of things that have to go right, and you're basically doing it for a shiny Ferroseed, maybe for a shiny Gibble.
Right, or and just a few extra Sawaddle, but yeah,
no, you don't get a guaranteed shiny Gibble, Luke Skydragon.
You never know. You never know. If this is successful enough, they may start gating all these guaranteed lucky encounters behind sponsored events. But yeah, I mean, in the post it says tickets will be sent out starting on November 4th. So the biggest thing to me is just that nobody who signs up on day 1 could know for sure if they cancel their free trial that they're actually going to get that email. And you don't really, I mean, you have to trust the system, basically. You just have to be like, okay, I'm just going to blindly trust that if I signed up for it and then canceled it, that this thing's going to come. But like, they don't really ever say that anywhere, that you definitely will get it. So that's kind of gross.
Which is another way to say that this is a paywall event for a shiny Ferroseed. Shiny Ferroseed is probably going to be unlocked for everybody, but this is like you probably have a better chance of getting one and or multiples, and because the rates will probably be boosted because the pool of encounters will be smaller. So you should probably do it, or else you'll miss out. So there's the weaponized FOMO. And the good news is that it means that shiny Ferroseed should be unlocked, but then was also that 7-Eleven Ferroseed, the variant color. So it's just like, I don't know what's happening.
Wait, they're different? Wait, what?
There's a 7-Eleven one, right?
But they're not going to be different shinies, are they? Did we lose Scientist?
No, I'm here.
Oh.
I don't think so. I think they're the same thing, right?
I think they're just the 2 ways that they're monetizing it in different countries. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see that we get those in Asia and Europe and wherever.
Yeah, I just think they're the same shiny. It's just, yeah, I don't know. I mean, if they have like 7-Eleven costume.
if they have, oh man, I'm not even gonna say it. There's too many horrible things you could do. You could
Costume.
you could have like a Slurpee cup,
A Slurpee Ferrothorn.
Slurpee, or a what's the guy from The Simpsons, the slushy guy,
Apu,
yeah, Babu,
Quickie Mart.
the Quickie Mart costume, Pharaoh Seed shiny, but
No.
no,
Please no.
I don't think so. I think it partially goes to my bias, but I am okay if somebody's playing this game and the whole purpose of playing this game is just to catch it all and catch all the shinies. Like, I personally don't mind when they make it a little bit easier to get shinies at events. It's the same as a Go Fest. It's just more often. It's the same as a Safari Zone. And I think that we've all kind of signed off on the idea that that's okay. And so if all they're really gating behind this is early access, better odds to shinies, like, I feel like that's what we've kind of all signed up for. It's like, it's when it starts crossing the line into like paying to win competitive advantage stuff where it bothers me. And like I said, that's probably my
crap.
own what's going on.
What happened?
Okay, so I saw it's a translation. I guess the way that they do shiny is like the word for shiny or whatever. Confused me, but you have to spend $150 for the 7-Eleven. It's $150.
Yeah, I saw that.
$150?
You have to spend $150 in order to get a
Oh,
ticket.
oh, like at 7-Eleven, you have to spend that much?
Yeah, in order to get access to this event, you need to obtain a ticket by spending more than $150. By spending more than $150 or more.
Pesos.
Wait, hold on. You need to obtain a ticket by spending more than
Yeah,
$150
it's
or more.
pesos, but
okay, so it's like $7.
I think
say.
it's not. Yeah,
$15 or something like that. Okay.
Okay, so it's
yeah. It's not.
I was gonna say $150. I was gonna lose my mind, but $7. I mean, that's just basically like trying to get somebody to go in there for one stop, essentially.
Okay, yeah, but I was just like, Jesus.
that would have been interesting. I don't think that would play in the Mexican economy, that people would just stop in and pay $150.
Then like Pokemon Go Hub needs to kind of like change that, because it says 150. It shows a dollar sign. I'm like, what the hell is that? But you get an S or an E from the 7-Eleven one.
Oh, different unknowns, and I'm okay with that too, because that's like the unknowns. That's kind of their role in Go, is basically just like, some of them are rarer than others. You can trade with people, and it ultimately would theoretically spur people from Mexico to trade with people from
and it's
other places. But
it's an SE because it's 7-Eleven.
Right.
Go Grubhub GH. It's like, all right, that kind of makes sense, but like, try to make them shiny, please.
Going to 7-Eleven for a spicy dog upper roller at 2 a.m. Oh man. So you
gotta get the nachos.
I'm gonna take the thumbs up approach on this. If I have to give this a rating, I'm giving this a thumbs up as far as the standard that I hold Niantic to at this point, because I give so many of the things that they do with a thumbs down. So I'm gonna give this one a thumbs up by low standards. Low standard jiggly thumbs up. Okay, Niantic. Oh man.
It's a thumbs down for me.
What's the?
I don't know what it is for me.
Isn't that the Simon Cowell thing? It's a no from me.
Yeah, that's Simon Cowell, and then the other dude was it? I can't remember the other original cast member. He's like, that's a no for me, dog.
Right, that's the Randy. Yeah.
There, Randy.
Yeah, I think that scientist is the Randy. He's the man. I don't know, dog. I'm not sure.
Honestly, I don't know. I don't know. It's not. I don't know.
Well, again. So we saw this egg event. You're like, this is absolutely trash. Literally any other event that they do could probably be better than this. Or here's the literally other event, like, okay, this is actually not too bad.
You're saying it's
this
not
is how
coincidence.
they do you.
It's not coincidence that they released this after what I am deeming the worst event ever.
Hold on, let me go get my aluminum foil, tinfoil.
Oh Lord!
Yeah, no, it's I don't know. It's Like I said, it's not another one of those not the best events. Shiny Pharaoh Seed being kind of locked away at a greater probably chance of you getting it if you spend this money thing, and it's only to America and Mexico. Like, that feels bad, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean the America and Mexico part I agree feels bad, but like it's kind of unique for we Americans to previously have been in the situation where we're just like we don't get these things. It's not fair. Mexico has them, but
We're looking at Mexico, then
but now
now
that
we have
we're on the inside group, like it doesn't feel as bad. So it would be nice if they just kind of spread it around everywhere. But ultimately, that's gonna revolve around the kind of business relationships they can make.
Is it better than fashion event?
Is it better than the fashion event? I would say so. I would say it's definitely better than the fashion event.
So
what
someone
fashion
just
event?
posted. someone just posted in your Discord that there's a badge event number 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. There's the SoftBank and 7-Eleven Japan,
Oh, there we go.
Matsumoto
See, that
Kiyoshi,
makes sense.
7-Eleven Mexico, Verizon, and then special weekend not named yet. So it's possible that every region's going to get their own just later on.
Right.
But there are these like you have to pay in this obscure way. And you're like, well, I'll
Right.
give you money, Niantic, and I just deal with. I give you money, you give me event. That's how that
Right.
transaction should work. But they're like, no, you got to give it to Grubhub. And you're like, I don't. I Postmate. I don't Grubhub. But yeah, but you have to Grubhub if you want to do this event.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, no, those are the kinds of dynamics that also make things awkward. Like I know that some people complain about the Switch Let's Go interaction because then you're paying a different entity for something that's in this game, and you're doing it because they tell you have to. That I'm trying to think what other situations you have like that. There aren't too many that are like that, but it is awkward when you do that. And you could imagine a situation where like you've got to be a member of Amazon Prime, or you've got to be subscribe. I mean, it would be really dated to say subscribe to a newspaper, but subscribe to some website,
Netflix, literally any other like streaming
Right.
company. Jigme Dad, come on, Boomer.
Yeah, I have to
Well,
live.
another one that they have is what was it, Samsung, or yeah. So there's like Team
There's
Samsung
Team
where
Samsung. I don't know what
you
you
get
get
some
out of
free
it.
stuff with that. Like you got the T-shirt, whatever you needed to make a Samsung account or something to get the shirt. That
Oh
was the
yeah.
thing that people are like, oh, I have some. You just need to do this. Or there's the workaround where if you have yeah, the tie-dye shirt. And then there was the one where it's androids are able to redeem these free like code things. You
All
just
right.
like have your cat walk around the keyboard and you can enter that code. But for iOS, you have to go to the website.
That's because Apple won't let them give away stuff
Right.
in there without them getting a cut. That's a weird part there.
And then there's now this like that Verizon one is kind of weird where it's like, all right, Verizon, if you own a Verizon phone or you go into the Verizon company, then you can get to do stuff. I know, I want to say T-Mobile. There was
Yeah.
a cell phone provider where if you went
Sprint. Yeah,
what
Sprint, you could get the
Sprint,
badges and you could get the
yeah.
weird little promo codes that seemed really exciting at the time, but all they really gave you was like 10 great balls and an incubator or something like that. Like by today's standards, they were pretty pathetic.
Yeah, Sprint used to have the badges. Boost Mobile had the sponsored stops, and so there's like all these like weird. Starbucks had the sponsor stops, and you could get like the Pokemon Go frap. So like there's all these things where it's like I could see it slowly kind of like coming together, and it kind of like works, and like this would be really cool, except for the fact that now it's you have to pay for it. And it's like, oh, come on.
The subscription part really sucks. Like the paying for a discrete item and kind of being able to connect that up and just be like, okay, I can spend $7 at 7-Eleven one time versus like, am I going to remember to cancel my Grubhub Plus membership at the right date or whatever? Like those are gross to me. Oh man. Also announced, I don't know how, this doesn't really feel too PvP relevant to me, but maybe we'll get some sort of Jellicent. Could we get Jellicent maybe with the ghost catching event? Do you think we're going to, I know that people always make fun of Jellicent being the thing that's always out there, but it feels like it's finally time for it to come. The Drifloon's
I
going to
hope
be
so.
in the wild more often. Obviously, a perfect Drift Blim is good for Ultra, but like I'm not excited anymore because I've got a good Drifloon. Mega Energy for Gengar. It's another new way to get Mega Energy from timed research. I approve of them releasing it like that, but once again, not really a PvP thing. And you're going to get XP bonuses for nice, great, excellent curveballs. Doesn't really appeal to me, but I do like the fact that it's basically going to encourage players who actually need the XP to maybe refine their catching mechanics or whatever, if that's still a thing, because it's obviously just something that you need to learn to. I can see your arm, I can see your finger moving in the.
I'm doing GBLs.
I couldn't tell. It looked to me like you were throwing a curveball, but it did last longer, so it probably was just spamming the bubbles.
Yeah. Yep.
So I mean, we don't really know a whole lot about it, but it feels like it probably somewhere along the line we're gonna get Jellicent around Halloween, right? Shouldn't we?
No, I feel like it's a jellyfish, so it's going to come out during a water event. You're gonna be like, why? No,
Nope.
give it to me now. And like, no, because it's a jellyfish, so it's gonna be there in the summertime during like a water. So you gotta wait till next summer or something. Where you're like, all right. Oh, but you can also catch a surfing Pikachu with a hat or a surfboard now. And you're like, God, not another one. And yeah, it's just gonna be. They're gonna play with your emotions a little bit more.
They might reveal it. There's isn't there like a special Pokemon that they're bringing into like one of the
Trubbish
newer
with a hat.
Pokemon? Oh well, no,
No,
there's a newer.
Galarian Yamask.
Well, there's Galarian Yamask, and then there's also there's like I think it's gonna be a raid boss. I'm not sure what its name is, but it's like shaped like a kind of like a Coffagrigus looking thing, but it's like a rock. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, I
I
know. It's from Sword and Shield, right?
Yeah, it's Sword and Shield. I don't know what it's called, but
Yeah, you have to like do a special task in order for it to evolve
or the
into like
tat.
this.
Okay, there's
Well,
task.
in
Oh,
the
in Sword and Shield. I don't know
yeah.
what they would do. It might be a raid for Pokemon Go, but that might be coming. We know that Galarian Yamask is coming, so
We're talking. Are we talking data mine stuff, or are we talking from a press release? I'm trying to remember.
I think this is a press release. I think.
Well, they had a shadow or a silhouette of Galarian Yamask
Yeah,
in
so
one
we
of their
know that's
tweets, so that's
yeah.
a for sure thing. And then I believe the rest of it was data mined in that same
Okay,
like
that's data mined.
package. That like all these other things are coming out, so you're kind of like, okay, it looks like it's coming with this in the same event possibly, but there's been random things that have been packaged together, and then later on it finally gets released. So we're not certain.
Oh, somehow I didn't remember this until just now, but I remember I was talking about all the glitches that affected Community Day. There was the snapshot glitch that you had to you had to disable the permissions to Pokemon Go app to access your files in order for it to credit you with snapshot buddy hearts, and it turned out that had the exact same impact on the tasks that required you to take a snapshot of a fire type Pokemon, and so they changed that where they got rid of the requirement for you to take a snapshot because the game was broken. So I actually had sent a support request, or tried to use in-game support to ask for help about not getting credit for snapshots on my buddies. I'm like, I wasted freaking poffins and I can't even get like those 2 hearts from a snapshot, and that's pretty sad. And I still haven't gotten a response, but they've obviously acknowledged that the game was broken. So that was yet another wonderful thing. I'm assuming we will get a new version soon to fix that issue. But and oh man, we forgot to mention when Alyssa was here that the Shadow Egg or the Strange Eggs event had new stickers, and
Oh yeah,
the Arlo, Sierra, Cliff.
Yeah,
with the
Sierra
new
with
outfits to
the
correspond.
kissy hearts. Yeah, and the outfits. Okay, I'm looking now at the Pokeminer stuff, and I'm seeing what I think that you are referring to. I don't know if it was anywhere else other than the silhouettes you guys are talking about, but we've got
Mm-hmm.
Incinerate, Fast Move, and Dark Void both added, and Dark Void apparently the signature move of Darkrai, so we're probably going to get that back, probably as a Halloween thing, and Rune Regus instead of Kafra
Yeah.
it's Rune Regus.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rune Regus.
That's the
Okay.
evolved form of Galarian Yawnmask, I believe.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Okay. I didn't really dive into Sword and Shield, to be honest. I
You
finished
have
the
to
campaign.
get
That was
it,
it.
and you have to like evolve it under like a shady tree, a specific shady tree, or it has a fate under a shady tree, or it's really obscure. It's like the whole like you have to like in the main series when you had to evolve that one Pokemon by literally turning your Game Boy upside down in order for it to evolve.
The apparently there are Halloween themed boxes which are going to be in the game, so I don't know whether those are going to actually have anything interesting in them, but those were data mined. What else? Oh, apparently at some point you could evolve Croc for 50 candy, and then they bumped it up to 100, so they didn't have that right at first.
Oh, and scientists, you have like 10 minutes to open all your gifts before midnight.
I did it.
He did it.
Already.
Well done.
I do that like during actually at the beginning of every day. So
Oh man.
on community day I didn't have any gifts to open, and I was really sad because I was running out of balls. So that's when I had to cave in and spend money, and I was sad.
It just occurred to me, Max, that I think I've seen people refer to this as FOMO as well, but it's almost like reverse FOMO for Darkrai, because Darkrai is going to get a signature move which presumably is going to be more powerful than what it already has, and you can't trade Darkrai. And so
that's true.
If somebody already has their Darkrai, I guess presumably you'll be able to Elite TM it, but I mean, in terms of people being able to trade for good ones or get good ones, I don't have a good Darkrai. I have crap Darkrai. So for me, it's kind of like, oh, I'm kind of glad I didn't participate in the Darkrai event, because like what advantage would that have given me? But now I see this. Oh boy, this game.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, I'm just gonna Elite TM probably. That's how it's gonna work.
I feel bad because Scientist, I know that you put some work into the outline mentioning some stuff that we had forgotten to mention before, that we now have the new Sylph badges, and I hate burying these here at the end of the show when
it's good.
I love to talk about Sylph stuff more than anything, and I'm sorry that we didn't get those earlier, but are we still just at one that's actually been discovered? The Snowflake one is the only one that people have gotten, or are there others?
I think so, because I checked their Twitter before the show, and that was, I think, the only tweet that I saw regarding the secret stickers. So yeah, or the secret badges. Yeah, so I think the special Snowflake is the only one.
Does it come from the Sylph Road Twitter, or does it come from the
Sylph
Arena Twitter?
Sylph Arena Twitter should be.
Sylph GG. All right.
It might be both. It's just like
it could be both.
tweeting the other.
Probably.
It could be both.
Okay, yeah. I only see the Snowflake. So place in the top 50% of a ranked tournament using a team where no type is repeated across your battle team, including dual types. And it showed several people who got it. Sounds like it is one of those things that is much, much easier to do in Great League Freestyle, but
that's where a lot of people got it.
Yeah, so I don't know that it presumably cannot be impossible to get in other venues or other means, because you should be able to do it. But since many of the metas are based on typings, it might be pretty tough to do in a closed meta, I guess. But that is interesting. I love the fact that they have added these. We've got a total of, let's see, what is that? Is it 20? Or no, it's 18? 18 badges?
I think it's 18.
Novice
9 per row.
Oh, Cat Herder, I guess, was the first 9 are ones they tell you what they're going to be, and then the other 9 are ones that you have to discover what they are before anyone is actually able to know what it is. One of them apparently was done. It has at least the illusion that it has something to do with Pogo Coliseum. I remember seeing that tweet as well. That there's something on the Gladiator badge that has to do with Pogo Coliseum and the logo, and they've confirmed that. We have one with let me bring it up. A monocle.
Let me see. I'm bringing them up too.
I figure I should just throw it on the screen at this point.
That'd be good.
There's plenty of room.
Let's see. Yeah, there's one with the monocle. There's the one with the rainstorm. Dang, if there's one for waiting in 04 or anything, I'm never gonna get that one. I'm sad. Maybe I'll try it. Or waiting anything, or maybe I do get it if it's automatically unlocked, based on your card. That would be sick because I waited in 04. So that's I don't think so though.
Man, I gotta make this image much smaller before I make it visible.
Playing 10 ranked matches. Yeah.
There we go. All right. So, I don't know. I think it's really cool that they have these. I think that it's another one of those things that kind of plays in line with the things that I was talking about, which is encouraging people to do things that are different, not necessarily just play tournaments straight up, gotta win every single one. Got to play straight meta lines, and I would have to assume that Max will be able to earn plenty of these badges, especially since he's staying unranked. So, how do you feel about these, Max? Are you a fan? Where is he? Is he there?
Max?
No. It's self stuff that I don't know. Hold on, let me. Yeah, okay. It's self stuff that I don't really know to look into. I'm still deranked. I don't know if I'm gonna try to attempt to get any of these. I mean, it's a cool idea. I really do like them going out of the way to make something like this really cool, and get it so that way if you do because they made it less tournaments for you to wait because it went from 10 to 6 or something like that, right? So you have 4 tournaments still that if you in theory can do more fun stuff like the Open Great League stuff, a Flying Cup thing. That monocle and mustache thing reminds me of the gentleman from Gen 1. So maybe you have to play a Growlithe with a Growlithe or something in the game, something that he would use whenever you would battle him as an NPC. Something like that maybe. And so there's all these really cool things that they got. So I like that. But I still haven't done a Sunrise at all. I'm probably gonna do a Flying Cup with Debbie, and that would probably be my tournament for the month. Other than that, I haven't done it. So this is just new for me.
Debbie Pebble is going to do a Flying Cup in a Sylph setting, kind of, but it's obviously not going to be.
It's like a invite only type of thing, I believe. I don't remember, but she's doing it so that way it's just like over, basically as long as you're awake during that time, you can participate. She's not gonna say like you can't, sorry, but it's kind of like she let a couple of people know, and then I don't think a lot of people responded to her on Twitter or something. So
And then
it's
Max
basically
lets
just
everybody
like,
know, and Max says, not that many people watch Bellsprouts anyway. I can say it in public.
yeah. So the three people that are here, there you go. You have an invitation. But it just looks like one of those things. Like it's gonna be a cool little casual thing. She doesn't want it to be like a large like 7 rounder type of thing. Just like yeah. If you want to play, we'll play something fun and casual because she's a filthy casual. So we'll do something like that, and then that'll probably be my tournament for the month. I won't do anything else. Really, so for later, I probably won't opt in this season. So like these are a cool idea, but I haven't looked into anything Soph really.
Right.
Like when the metas come out, I'll look into them. I'll give people like my 2 cents. I haven't even made a meme team yet for Sunrise. So
All right, then I will ask Ethan first, but I'm sure you have a perspective to chime in with still, which is with regard to the new shadows that we have in terms of how they do or do not affect the shadows and the new mons, how they do or don't affect Sunrise. How do you feel about that, Ethan? We've got, if you just look at the PV Poke meta, just the straight up rankings, they throw Shadow Skarmory at number 4 right below Shadow Abomasnow, so certainly makes it look relevant, but certainly considering that Abomasnow falls right after and Skarmory is a couple after that, like it doesn't seem like these are the kinds of things you have to have. But how do you feel about the fact that those have been introduced, and Sylph did decide that all of the new mons are legal? They came out and said that, and Mandibuzz now falls at 20. And when I say 20, like to me, when you look at this, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shadow variants. And so really like the current 20 is more like the old like 16 or something. Like you can't have all of the possibilities since some of them are shadow. So the old 16 Mandibuzz, it definitely can be relevant. And I know that there's a lot of different movesets you can even use on Mandibuzz. So do you think that that's going to change the meta much? It's going to make it more interesting? Or do you think that it's just kind of a little bit of seasoning into a meta that was already kind of settled?
I think it's seasoning. I think that obviously you can play Abomasnow. Although Abomasnow is recommended as Shadow in Sunrise, I wouldn't use the regular form because it loses out on a lot of things. But you can play it, and I mean, the Skarmory, it just gets absolutely hard walled by Stunfisk regardless. It might do a little bit more damage now, but you're gonna have the Stunfisk running around, so I really don't think it's that big of a change. It's just you gain a few matchups here and there, and that's
well,
it. Maybe let's see.
here's the wrinkle. What PV Poke has, you cannot have on Shadow Skarmory. It will be a 1-move Skarmory.
That's true.
Well, for now it is for sure. We don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of feel like they're going to have yet another follow-up rocket event coming soon, but whether that comes before, I mean, it could very easily be like the last 2 days of October or something, where it's just like only for Halloween or something like that you can actually do it, and so people will be scrambling to like TM their Shadow Skarmory and use them. But
the only matchup that it gains is Mantine, which is actually pretty big, or at least noticeably gaining. It gains Mantine, so that's pretty big. But I mean, you lose out on, let's see what matchup. You lose out on the Drifloon matchup. So
One and Shadow Skarmory wins the Mantine matchup with Shadow, and it loses with the regular. I think another one is like the Drifloon, like you said, and then like
yeah, Drifloon.
Snowbama.
So
Well, you still beat Snowbama.
you beat it. Yeah, it's just those two. I mean that's pretty big that it beats Mantine, but I feel like it's still flavoring. I feel like it's still like or seasoning. It's because you have the Mantine and the Stunfisk and things that are gonna wall each other regardless. So, I mean, beating the Mantine's big, especially if you lead it, but because it's a common lead, Mantine is. But I mean, you can play around it. It's not like it's meta breaking, I don't think. But yeah.
There are some things that confuse me to no end, and it surely is a wrinkle of the PV poke system. But if you simulate Shadow Skarmory with Sky Attack and Frustration instead of Sky Attack and Brave Bird, and I didn't even throw in Flash Cannon, somehow you gain. It shows you gaining wins against Altaria, Ferrothorn, Mantine by running Frustration in the one shield. There's obvious and Whiscash as well. I don't know if there's actually some benefit to running Frustration or if it just choosing differently what you're doing. It's very strange.
It might just be saying like if you go pure Sky Attack, you win this thing, versus like going for the Brave Bird at the end because then you don't have enough HP to like hit some kind of point where your air slashes go through or something. I don't know.
It seems like there has to be something more to that because that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But yeah. Oh, the other thing that Shadow Skarmory beats that is potentially very important is Articuno, which is something that.
That's right. Yeah, that's true.
Shadow Articuno. I'm sorry, it beats Articuno.
Regular.
It loses supposedly against Shadow, but considering the IV considerations on a Shadow, I'm guessing that's going to be very dicey. Beats AWAC. I don't know. Beats Vigoroth.
Wait, the Shadow one beats?
The Shadow one beats Vigoroth.
They both beat Vigoroth, but the
Shadow one loses to AWAC, I think.
Yeah, and then you can make Obama Snow like a completely farmable matchup in the regular version, but you can't make it a completely farmable matchup in the Shadow version.
Yeah. There's certainly nuances like that where it's not as straightforward as the sim suggests. But if it can turn some of these like highly meta relevant matchups into very relevant considerations, it's kind of feels bad for anybody who can't get one, and considering how hard they are to get.
Well, I feel like with Snowbama, Shadow Snowbama, it's like, all right, you pick up like one or two matchups, and the subtleties and nuances are kind of like a wash where it's ranked a little bit higher, but it also, I feel like it's ranked a little bit higher because it just wins harder against some of the like non-relevant things like I don't know, I don't know if Whimsicott's even eligible in this cup, but something like that. Where
it's relevant. Don't tell Victor that you forgot that it was relevant.
All right, so like you beat the Shift Release, you beat the Dragons harder, you beat the like. All right, so you just win harder on some of these things and you lose a little bit more on these other things, so it gets like this inflated rating. But if you just look at the closed meta of what you normally see in the cup, like the top 20 or something like that, and you look at it, it's like, yeah, it's negligible. Because like you may win harder on one matchup, but then you come against something that you actually get walled on. So, like how is a Snowbama in either form with energy supposed to beat a AWAC? Like it just kind of can't.
Right.
So with things like that in mind, it's kind of like it doesn't matter how much harder you win against something that doesn't matter versus something that really does matter. And I feel like the same way with Shadow Skarmory. It's not like something that completely warped and changed the meta. Mandibuzz, luckily, in this meta wasn't going to be nerfed, and I think they took that into consideration too because of like some of the Pokemon that were released and the data mines and stuff that they know were coming around the horizon. They're like, all right, this thing, like I think Jellison is even simmed or taken into consideration in self metas, and they go like, is this thing going to be absolutely like oppressive? If it is, we may have to consider potentially banning it if it gets released. Okay, and then they just push the meta through as it stands, and then they'll change things as it comes.
Yeah. What do you guys think, whether it's in Sunrise or in open metas, what do you think that you would use on Mandibuzz? Do you think that it's going to be more of a personalization, personal taste kind of thing, or just team comp, or do you think that there's a move set that shines above the rest? I know that JRE did a breakdown of it somewhere, and he pretty much came to the conclusion that it pretty much all of the charge moves were pretty viable.
I think the fast moves are both good. If you go into Open Great League, Snarl is the way to go for the energy. Foul Play or Dark Pulse, either one of them, depending on what you want to do. Do you want it to be a closer? Do you want it to be kind of like a shield breaker? And then a coverage move. So because Ghost notoriously, or I'm sorry, Dark notoriously gets walled by fighters and fairies, then maybe you want to go with Aerial Ace as your coverage move, but you could very well use Shadow Ball just as a general nuke move, just because Aerial Ace is bad.
For sure.
Yeah, I think well, I think Aerial Ace is really interesting, especially in was it Halloween Cup? Um, I I think it's almost preferred, to be honest, in the fast move. It's the Air Slash is also preferred, just because of um how tanky it is, and I mean, there's a lot of things that take that damage and don't appreciate it, so it could be worth it to even run Air Slash in some scenarios in closed metas over the Shadow Ball, because the Shadow Ball doesn't really do too much considering it's not stab, and um, yeah, it's not really, it doesn't hurt too bad. So maybe the Aerial Ace and the Foul Play is a little bit better. But yeah, that's my thought on Mandibuzz. It's super tanky. It can live 2 Focus Blasts from Reggie, which is quite insane. Yeah, I saw that in a practice battle. So
What do you
yeah.
guys do you have much of an opinion on the other new things in terms of their upcoming relevance, and whether you're going to want to build one, assuming that they are available to you?
I mean, I like Cophagrigus, or well, I don't know if I'll like the Galarian evolution, but I like Cophagrigus. I think the Galarian evolution is actually better.
What the Cophagrigus they always said was extremely good for PvP stats, but had bad moves. So presumably,
yeah,
that would at least be an opportunity for them to release a version of it that maybe had, I don't know if it has the same stats in the main series and whatever, but it would get different moves presumably.
it just needs a new set. Yeah, I think, which is totally. I mean, they could do a full on community day for Yamask. I think that would be really cool. But I don't know when that's gonna be. If that's ever gonna happen. They'll probably just do a Halloween event release thing. Um, and they could have maybe done it now. We'll see what happens. But I think the other Cophagrigus, or the Galarian one, is whatever it was called, is a little bit better in terms of stats. So Cophagrigus was good. You thought it was good. Look at this thing. This thing is even better. So
it could be the next impending Galarian Lanoon evolution scenario where they accidentally push a game master that doesn't differentiate between the two, and people end up with regular Cophagrigus that have the good moves.
maybe. Could be. Yeah, that's true, huh? Yeah, it could be.
So
yeah.
Mandibuzz top of meta according to PV Poke for Halloween Cup with a pretty solid 94.7 score. I mean, certainly by the numbers, it seems like it will be the thing to have. Hopefully they will have released more of them to the general public as opposed to this crazy system we have right now. Before then, air/foul play aerial ace is what they recommend. I don't think any of the other new stuff is legal in Halloween Cup. Flying Cup, we go back to Shadow Aerodactyl. Oh, Shadow Aerodactyl wasn't relevant for Sunrise, but it would be relevant for the new Flying Cup. Do you think that there's any dynamics there that are any different, Mac? You may have touched on this in previous weeks. Do you think Shadow Aerodactyl is going to be similar to Shadow Skarmory, that the numbers make it look slightly better, but it's just trading a couple matchups and you're fine with either one?
I don't think so. I think Shadow Aerodactyl might be something where it actually does come in, because there are some scenarios where you need an attack weighted something to beat this, an attack weighted something to beat that. So a Shadow, you probably do need it because it shows that it beats Altaria, and it loses to Skarmory as a Shadow, but then it says, oh, nope, that's not the one. A regular one. You see, it beats this, it beats that, loses to a Gyarados. Let me see. Jumpluff and Skarmory. Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you do actually want a win or a Shadow one. But I'd have to take a deeper dive into it. But it does look like you do want a actually, let me look at the key losses and key wins here.
For flying?
And that seems to be the thing. Yeah, for Flying Cup, I think you want a Shadow. 64 versus 67. So a Shadow gets 67 overall wins, 5 losses and 3 draws. But a regular one gets 64 wins, 9 losses and 2 draws. So it looks like it's just a straight up better thing to use because you don't earn any more losses. You just set 1 loss to a draw, which is still an increase. So I think with something like Flying Cup, which is really narrowed down to just like flying, can you beat it or not? And Aerodactyl has the flying type to qualify, and then it has the rock type to kind of make sure that it beats any scenario worth of flyers. Yeah, you kind of have to have a Shadow one, just because like that it's warped around this Pokemon. It's a poorly designed meta.
Or I would argue it's just an undesigned meta. It's just a random meta based on things that
too simple.
I'm definitely excited about the idea of a Shadow Jumpluff, but now the more I think about it, I can only imagine how much that would cost, and it looks like there's only a marginal difference. Is that the kind of thing that would fall into your meme category where you'd be willing to spend a bunch of dust to have an angry looking Jumpluff that might change a couple matchups, even though it would be a horribly inefficient use of resources?
No. Let me see, Jumpluff, what's the other one? What's the second form? Skiploom, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might do something more of like a Shadow maxed out Hundo Skiploom best buddy to have like Bullet Seed, Grass Knot, and I don't know, like Dazzling Gleam or something. I don't know. I'd probably go with something more with like that instead of having the because it does look like Jumpluff because it's a tanky Pokemon in general. That I would just go with like it's just a really good Pokemon. It's a meta relevant Pokemon. Yeah, it's got like 154 stamina and 156 defense. Yeah, that thing's tanky as hell. So it benefits from the shadow boost. So I would say that that's just like it's meta relevant. You should probably get it. It's going to be a staple in a lot of Sylph stuff.
The Shadow Jumpluff is?
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. All right. I've got one. I definitely am. I almost feel like it could be the topic of a poke and pull, but we'll see. let's see. Something else I wanted to point out that I think is rather unusual is PV Poke this week changed the rankings. And if you look at the Master League Unlimited rankings, they have the Mega Charizards on the list. And it was previously the case that you had to kind of turn on the Megas in order for them to show up. And I think that those are all of the Megas show up now. Blastoise, Charizard, and so forth. And I was kind of thinking that was done with with an eye on kind of highlighting the fact that Charizard Community Day might matter, but it also seems to me like it probably twists what's presented there in terms of like accuracy for the Master League meta, because it suggests that Groudon's best, Melmetal's second best, Snorlax. Like I don't think that. I think it got twisted by the fact that they threw Charizard at the top, and I wonder whether you think that is correct, you guys, because I don't feel like that accurately reflects anything right now. Because you can't use the Megas in GBL, and since Master League Unlimited is 99% GBL, like I kind of feel like these rankings exist to help people in GBL, but it's just something I noted that I thought was a little bit odd.
I think it's because it's possible to be in PvP. Like that's the idea, is that that's the whole point of Omega, is to use it to fight. So it's possible that in the future it gets pushed. So he just put it out there just so people can know.
Yeah, I just thought it was interesting because I think this was the first week that he's actually thrown those on the regular Master League list without you having to turn it on. So it's something to be aware of when you're looking at that you that some of the stuff you're looking at is not actually relevant to what you're looking at it for.
I mean, that's what I'm hoping for that one day, because of my my really good Charmander.
Yeah, I know you farmed for IVs for all those mega possibilities. I didn't pay a lick of attention to it, but that was me. All right. There are a couple other random things, but I think that we've covered most of the good stuff. Anybody got anything else that you think that we didn't hit?
No, I mean, like, no big Twitter drama this week, so that's good.
I don't know if Twitter drama falls into the ambit of things that I care about, but yeah, you're right. I don't think we saw any.
There was none of that, which sometimes spawns from Niantic stuff. So
True.
They didn't do the worst week ever. The game is still somewhat broken. I don't know. It seemed like a halfway decent week, and we hit all the events, so that's good.
A mediocre week, even though Jiggly's declared this the worst event in the history of the game.
In the history of the game, that's bold. Yeah.
I personally, I think that this egg event is the worst designed event they've ever done. I think it is worse than the Dano event, not in terms of tone deafness, but just in terms of overall design. Like it's worse than the Dano event, even with the little tease where they asked you if you'd hatched a shiny Dano. That's where I put it. But I know that that's my personal opinion.
Yeah,
the design is very bad. So I agree, but I don't think it's the worst. We've definitely had worse, I feel like.
I mean, there have been less inspired events. I don't think there's ever been one that was worse designed. Like, there have been ones where they're just kind of like, it's a water festival.
There's gotta be one. I don't know.
Congrats, we're turning on anything that's water type, and that's the event. But, I mean, it's just, they obviously put effort into it, but it's just broken.
Because I definitely remember an event where I was like actually like not playing the game, and that's not happening with this event because rockets are incentivizing no matter what. So like whether you accidentally claim an egg or whatever from a stop or a gift, you're still gonna do rockets. So but there's an event that was definitely I mean, this is still like this is bottom of the barrel, but I don't. But I don't know.
We're barely making the bar here.
I just
Yeah.
like.
Is
that
there
we
even a
pushed you.
bar?
Wait, what?
I
Wait,
said,
what?
is there even a bar?
Yeah, is there
There
even
is
a bar?
no bar. The bar is non-existent. This is the bar, and
Yeah.
this is the bar, and they dropped it. Yeah.
Oh
that's-
man. All right.
That's how it works.
I kind of jumped at the beginning of the show straight into things, so I didn't talk about any administrative stuff, any stuff coming up this week. We are going to. I think we've officially set the Battle of the Servers tournament stream for Thursday. Like I've been fighting to try and get a day for this forever, and we've been trying to coordinate. I think that we can feel pretty safe that Thursday at 8 p.m. Central we are going to have the Battle of the Servers final stream. Have a good lineup of casters coming in for that. Dare I say great lineup, but I'm not going to say all their names because I don't want to create any expectations and fail to live up to them. But in any case, I'm excited to be doing that. Sent out a green screen and a mic to Max and Alyssa this week, so we're going to be trying to increase some production quality moving forward. Max is going to be dancing in front of scantily clad women, I think is the plan.
What?
No. No. Just Max will have a green screen shortly, and I know that he's looking at other things he's looking to do, so I didn't mean to leave you out, Ethan. We'll come up with a gift to send you at some point that will improve.
Oh no, I don't. It's okay. I just have my bed.
That's true. Yeah, you can have the first when we come out with the Bellsprout pillowcase. You'll get the first one. You'll get the.
You can make a
No. Make
Bellsprout.
I was gonna say make a Victory Bell cup, where it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
the Victory Bell's like and then like it has like the vine as the cup itself.
You could do that.
You could do that for them.
Or
You would have
could-
the only one,
You
specially
can make
designed.
me. You can make me a Bellsprout throw pillow. I can put it right there.
That's right.
Bellsprout throw,
It's
just like
coming.
right in front.
No, just send them like a case of Annie's, like a
Yeah,
gift
basically.
basket of Annie's stuff,
Basically,
like crackers and gummies and all that stuff.
that's what I thrive off of. That's what I survive off of during the pandemic. So.
Oh, and I also failed to promote something that I'm going to need to promote a lot in the coming days. The Pro-Am that I've got coming up Wednesday. 8 coaches, 8 new SILF trainers battling it out, and I'm going to donate $100 to the charity of their choice. So that ought to be fun as well. Going to do that on Wednesday night at the usual Jiggly time, 10 p.m. Central. So hopefully you are interested in that. If it goes well, we will certainly do that again. But definitely, if that sounds interesting to you, check it out. If you are somebody who hasn't done SIL stuff, you could see what it looks like and see if it's something you want to be part of. And I'm sure there'll be other things going on, the Boomer stream, singing, all that jazz. But anything else going on with you guys? I don't think Scientists has done a whole lot of individual streaming recently, right?
No, I've taken a break, and it's nice because I'm trying to get into the school vibe, and I'm acclimating really well. So I just needed like a little bit longer, and I honestly haven't been that motivated with the game recently too. Like kind of like what Max was saying. I just haven't really found motivation to like I don't know to like stream it and play it from a PvP standpoint. But that might change soon because I think it's getting to the end of the month and I need to do Sunrise. So I'm gonna start scrambling. So
So what you're saying is you're a fickle zoomer and you'll pick it up when you feel like it.
Yes.
a fickle zoomer.
Yeah.
I'm kidding.
You guess.
Scientist.
A fickle zoomer that's getting into the Genshin train. Yes,
I'll only support that because my good friend Chantry is doing the same. So I will support your endeavor.
Yay.
What about you,
Cool.
Max? I know that you're getting disenchanted with things as well and taking less interest in the game. But anything going on with you in streaming and life this week, next week?
I got my light for better lighting.
Nice.
I got the microphone stand.
You know,
The
I actually
microphones
can
should be
tell the
coming
lighting.
soon.
It's awesome.
The lighting does look significantly better, and I actually meant to mention that at the top, but I thought maybe I was just imagining things. But you
Well, like
great.
you don't have the big old light glaring in the back, going searing into your eyes.
Go. Man.
So I have like a little bit nicer lighting here, and it helps to illuminate the work desk for my wife. So that way, when it's 100 degrees, we can put these like fire blankets of a curtain out to keep all the heat out, and then she can still have like this LED low heat lighting.
So that's how you sold her on it. That's how this got the wife approval factor, was that it was going to help her too.
Yeah, and she bought it. Sucker.
There you go.
And then I have the
line, and
mic stand here, so I'll be able to have like the microphone drop down, kind of like
sweet,
like a radio DJ, like yo yo yo, and
like so technical.
Yeah. So I have this
from
here.
a USB cord, like to.
So I have the microphone coming in soon, and then with the green screen that you have, I'll probably have to like redesign the whole space, but that's fine.
I'm sorry.
No, it's because like that was the whole point of why I had to like make a concession on a couple of things. So now that you said that you're gonna send me one, like I can go back to like, all right, well, since that's the case, I'll just redesign this and have this here and see how it works, and have the stream upgraded for those type of things, especially because I'm doing more like Phasmophobia. That's really fun to play. We got Genshin Impact. What else do we have? I'm gonna try to do some like Dead by Dead. Basically, I'm not a Pokemon Go streamer anymore. I'll stream it on occasion, but it's not my focus anymore. I can't stream outside safely. I can't, so that means I can't do these like event things where like, oh look, I got a shiny, and I can't pay to play in all these events, and I can't really do the battle stuff unless it's Great League where I can have fun. So since there's no other fun aspects of it, I'll just do other stuff.
Fair enough. All right, I am looking at what we've got out there on the landscape, and it looks like RSG is playing Among Us, so I'm thinking of raiding my man Matty F. Baby, because I don't think I've ever raided Matty F. Baby. And he's not always on the Twitch at these hours, so feels like
it's
the right
early
thing
for
to
him.
do.
It's really early. What is he doing?
I really don't know. I don't know, but I'm happy to throw some people there. Hopefully everybody has a great week, and hopefully by next week we will have all sorts of positive things to report in terms of new availability of some of these gated things and so forth, and we can all be happy with the sunrise meta and the shadows. So everybody have a good night, and please join us for the Pro-Am, and join us especially for the the AR PvP Battle of the Servers, to support our very own Alyssa Rose, because we're going to put a lot of effort into that, and we hope you enjoy it. Everybody have a good night.